Dear colleagues, good morning. First, there are two technical comments. First of all, we are in the shelter, therefore, when our neighbors would like to make more airstrikes, we don't have to leave this place. Also, for our own security, for any pictures, videos, don't please don't place unless this event is finished. I hope that everybody understands why. I request to have the same picture on the screen. This is a little creature, uh, and it was named after Suspilne. Uh, Three girls found this little, hardly alive little creature, which had the weight of 100 grams instead of 300 grams, and this animal would not survive unless the coincidence. So the girls found, and the coincidence is we have been nearby with Marina Frentich, and I know the person who can actually help such wonderful creatures. And the story of this creature is very indicative in the context of Suspilne broadcasting and the media market and our independence. If in the year 2023 or even before 2022, 2020, Mikita Potoruayev, Irina Konstankevich would not take the leadership, and if the wonderful range of lawyers who have written the media law would do that, we would not have had the media law, and we would not have accomplished one of the 7 commitments before the European Union. If in the year 2014, Victoria Simar, Olga Chervakova, she is also here, would not take the leadership, and also would not take the leadership, the range of people who are also present here, and Svetlana Ostapa, Vadim Misky, Zoraba Lasagna, who is in the army now, we won't have had our Suspilne broadcasting. If their volunteers would not go to defend their home country, maybe this country would not have existed, the same as 2022. Yet there won't be the law on Suspilne unless we had Taras Shevchenko, Andriy Shevchenko, who raised this matter back in 2005, and his father raised this matter back in 1997. If Grinyov would refuse to vote, there won't be the independence, and the same as Kravchuk would not follow the curses. And we can see it in the movie of Suspilne, how Ukraine destroyed the empire of evil by putting this on the vote. If Chernobyl would become the leader of the country, what if they won't have voted for Yanukovych? And what if? And what if? And actually, in our society, in our history, quite many things have happened by different strange coincidence with the leadership of the people who sincerely believed in what they were doing. With some negative circumstances, the loan access to public information, thanks to it, Maidan took place because it has opened up the investigative journalism, was signed by Yanukovych. This is what has happened in our history. And now we are in a point when our compatriots, co-citizens are dying every day, our friends, our relatives. And actually, we are in the point when we need to change ourselves. Because acting reactively, acting in the way when we respond to challenges rather than form the agenda is no longer possible. Actually, Suspilne broadcasting is part of the democracy. It's being criticized. Some people like it, others dislike, and it's obvious that what has happened for the last 2 years demonstrated quite well that this is an important instrument of democracy. And also for development of the media market, because it gives the benchmark and enables the media market to develop. And actually, I sincerely hope that what we are going to discuss today and the level of support of such important institutions like Suspilne as the regulator, National Council for the Broadcasting, the sphere of culture, will be on the proper level, because it's not about the culture, as people were saying. This is about our existence, our survival. And before giving the floor, I believe that we need to commemorate our warriors, our fighters, with a minute of silence. Shall we show our respect by the minute of silence in the memory of those who die in the East by defending our lives? In this reform, and generally in the establishment of Ukraine, we have been supported by our international partners. And therefore, I would like to invite to the cameras that we can also see those who participate remotely. I would like to give the floor to Julie Cohen, and Director of USAID Mission, with a welcoming address. Julia, you are welcome. Your comments and welcoming address.
Colleagues, I'm very, very happy to be here today to share in this event with you all to discuss the critical role of free speech and Ukraine's public broadcaster, Suspilne, as Ukraine fights to win this war and fights to win its very future. In times of both war and peace, news is more than just a flow of information. It is the lifeblood of democracy and the cornerstone of daily life. For average citizens, staying informed is crucial, not just for understanding the world around us, but for actively participating in it. During wartime, news becomes a window into the realities of the conflict, revealing both the sacrifices made and the strategies pursued. It helps us grasp the magnitude of events unfolding and the impacts they have on our lives and those of others around the globe. Through accurate and timely reporting, Ukrainians gain the knowledge needed to support the troops and make informed decisions about the country's future. In times of peace, news continues to play a very vital role. It keeps us engaged with ongoing issues, challenges, and opportunities. It educates us about policies, innovations, and social changes, enabling us to hold our leaders accountable and contribute meaningfully to our communities. In essence, news empowers all of us, whether we're navigating the complexities of a wartime world, as we are today in Ukraine, or hopefully soon building a more harmonious society in peacetime. News is our link to reality, our guide for action, and our voice for shaping the future. Staying informed is not just a right, but a responsibility, crucial for the well-being of any society and the advancement of shared goals. An independent, trusted, and well-funded public broadcaster is a critical part of Ukraine's future as an independent, democratic, and sovereign nation, and a key milestone on the pathway to EU membership, focusing on speed, relevance, and reliability of information. Ukraine has no shortage of voices in the public arena, and a particular strength of your media landscape is Suspilne, the public broadcaster. I look forward to hearing from the impressive group of experts and leaders in this room to hear lessons learned regarding the great value that independent media and public broadcasting brings to Ukrainian democracy, to Ukrainian society, and to Ukrainian citizens. Thank you all for your commitment at this joint vision for a free, sovereign, democratic, and informed Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Дякую, Джулі. І до слова я одразу передаю цей мікрофон Микиті.
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Paturayev, head of the Committee for the Humanitarian and Information Policy. Good morning to all of the participants. Though not everybody could sleep well tonight, and yet, as I can see, everybody is in good mood with a willingness to work, and this makes me happy. Nowadays, we shall discuss the development of our national broadcaster, public broadcaster, and the destiny, the fate of national public broadcaster is a story of what is the price of negligence, gross negligence. We did not take care of quite many things. We neglected, and we thought it's unimportant. What did we neglect, actually? We neglected Ukrainian culture, and we neglected Ukrainian books, and we neglected Ukrainian songs, and also we neglected Ukrainian church. Also, we neglected Ukrainian media. In a way, we should have taken care for it. Therefore, 24th February 2022, we have broken into by the people who were convinced that probably they are the same as us. Maybe they don't care. Maybe this is of no significance. Most probably this was the idea. Suspilne was supposed to be created immediately after independence, yet it didn't. Suspilne had to emerge with the second president when Ukraine began to rise, but it did not appear. Suspilne was expected to be created under the president, who was the icon of national and democratic renaissance. And when in the country there were the golden years, and it was very good because there was a lot of money and a lot of hopes. And Suspilne did not develop. And yet it has developed when the war came to the country. It appeared when there was quite a competitive market, quite a tight market. Suspilne emerged when usually no new broadcasters appear, because every country which takes care of freedom of expression and democracy, which is not possible with no freedom of expression, creates a public broadcaster in different conditions, giving them the chance to develop. And after that, they open up the market for commercial broadcasters. And so on. We did it. We did the opposite. This is a separate discussion, and yet we did it finally. And the public broadcaster develops in spite of the war, and yet it's ironic, even thanks to the big war, because now Ukrainians understand the value of Ukrainian-based information and their own Ukrainian information space, information domain, the value of those who follow the standards, who daily put into the air both TV, radio, and digital platforms, well verified, well checked facts to the true stories. In the end of my speech, I hope I did not take much of your time. I would like to say that Suspilne, public broadcaster, is not about TV channels. Suspilne is not about radio broadcasting, and Suspilne is not about internet. Suspilne is a reform. Existence of public broadcaster is a milestone, is a marker, the most important, not because I'm responsible for it or my colleagues. I sincerely believe this is like this. It's one of the key components of the democratic reform in the country. It's not possible to treat Suspilne as simply some array of digital and TV channels and digital platforms. So Suspilne is part of the democratic system of Ukraine, and this is what it is. And any attempts to destroy the independence of public broadcaster and the standards followed by public broadcaster is an attempt against the democratic system of the country. Nothing else. Nowadays, Ukrainian media part of the democratic system of Ukraine consists of public broadcaster, the law on public broadcaster, of course, the law on media, the law on mass media, and the law on advertising, which is part of the general European law in domestic legislation. This is what Suspilne is about. This is what I would like to emphasize. When today we shall discuss the development of public broadcaster. It's very important, and I call to this to remember that we speak, though it will be very interesting, I'm really looking forward to such discussions, not about how to produce the news, not about how to produce the products, any information materials, any TV products, any radio products. It's about a different, also about the products, but it's more. It's even more. Actually, this is about what Ukrainian media domain is and will be. Media space. This is what the discussion is about. I'm grateful to all of you who came together to participate in this discussion. And shall we expect only the best results from our today's meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Mikita. And I invite Acting Minister of Information Politics, Rostislav Kandiev. Hello, distinguished international partners, my colleagues. We all remember very well definition from the Constitution that the main holder of the power is the people. But in the Soviet times, the leaders of the opinions taught us that governmental and people's is the same. The government is supposed only to be a moderator or administrator of the whole public domain of values. Long ago, I was interested in legal definition, which was often voiced on international sites, and which was bringing us to the position from abroad. The NGOs, non-governmental organizations, they were not public, not governmental, but they were organizations incorporated with participation of the society. When the legislation of Ukraine was reformed in the part of NGOs, and later we adopted the law on the Association of Citizens, nonetheless, we could still not understand properly that we should not divide private sector from business sector, commercial sector, and the non-profit sector, the one that is not supposed to receive profit or income even. It should be the same category, although in different manifestations. Non-private, non-governmental, but a team. The philosophy of this team-based vision is the same. Creation of the public broadcaster in Ukraine is the unique format that answers the question, what can the new public formation of creation be, formation of generation be, economic, informational, or other products. So, we still have private, we still have governmental, but the word Suspilne, the word public, has different quality. The quality of participation of citizens in working out policies of this organization, responsibility of the organization before the whole society, and control. This is not governmental, even though the activity of Suspilne is based on governmental property, and it's not private, of course. We need to study and understand the processes that were started in the world, initiated in the world. In particular, those listed in the Euro-integrational commitments of Ukraine, and that today found a reflection in creation of such a participant of our today's internal processes as public broadcaster. To maximally extend the new form of organizing life, organizing internal relations, to the broad spectrum of other organizations as well. And we should consider this even in traditional formats like cultural institutions, like hospitals, like educational institutions. To a considerable degree, they are undergoing transformation too. The autonomy of educational institutions, the reform that took place in the education, in the healthcare, hopefully the most archaic, the cultural sphere will, with time, demonstrate more democratic formats of administration, creation, and moderation. But the main thing is that the unique experience of implementing this innovative definition, Suspilne, as public, should not just be celebrated, but extending with using various tools that should be thought to other spheres of life of the society. Informational society challenges us constantly. It creates new values. Sometimes these values are impossible to measure with money or with other numerical values. However, no doubt they are here, next to us. The value of information can change, but it can influence our life, and it does. It's not known what AI will do in the future, how the artificial intelligence will affect the organization of life in the world, but here the control which is possible over these processes is possible only in a format of not governmental, not private, but public controller, society-based controller. And this challenge that can be faced by the public broadcaster could be the sphere of society-based government-private partnership control over the new, uncontrolled for today, forms of information generation, which includes anonymous media, if we can call them that. They are not really media if they are anonymous, but still, they act as such. Anonymous information producers, non-transnational, uncontrolled in traditional format, but they still exist in the society, and they cannot be separated from it. So the interest of both parties should be mutual. And the moderator, I think, should be the organization that is not biased politically as a state, and not on private resources that are mostly focused on commercial profit. So the prospect for development of Suspilne, not just in information sphere, not in the sphere of television, radio, internet formats, the prospects are quite extensive, I think. And it's a bit more than generation of information product that reflects our present day, that informs the citizens about events, that secures informational needs of the society. But also, it could acquire a new function of moderation of the society's processes that are happening today in the information sphere. I can focus your attention on this, the next one. The next thing, the marathon unifying news is under scrutiny now. At the beginning of the invasion, Suspilne participated in creation of this project, but later Suspilne decided to leave this path. But we do remember the period of good faith cooperation, when it was really collaboration of various resources, organizational, media resources, and we had balanced, multifaceted, by accents informational product. I think Suspilne did receive large experience, but also private channels and the state itself. They did understand how to do it correctly without imposing your position on Lucas, but minimizing some external factors, but still how to receive unbiased information about important news of today. Democracy is expensive. You understand that monarchy is the cheapest form of control, not dictatorship, because dictatorship is usually pillage of the society, and even from our own history we learn this. Not just our neighbors had this sad experience of dictatorship. The losses of dictatorship are huge for the society. Democracy is expensive because one needs to finance procedures. One needs to finance diversity. And diversity is always more expensive than monopoly, than some global unification processes. So, one more discussion point, unifying news, what we have now on the TV, and the level of the financing of such projects as Suspilne. Today the ministry filed to the head of the state in the budget request the amount of financing as provided by the law, which should be there. It should be like this. If we cannot comply with something, we need to request the change of the law, not to violate it, or maybe not amend it, but just do as written. And then, I'm sure, economical profit from financing of democracy and the speaker of democracy, Suspilne, could be more than any savings on underfinancing of democratic processes. I wish my colleagues success in work. I thank all international partners for support of Ukraine on the European integration path, in particular by implementing such important project as Suspilne. And you, Mykola, please, I wish great success in management, in top management of such expensive, of such very creative team. Thank you for the inspiring news, and I give floor to Mr. Stefan Splöning, head of the Agency of EU in Ukraine. Please.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be with you this morning. And in fact, today's discussions could not be more relevant nor more timely. As Ukraine advances on its path to European Union membership, the negotiations with the European Union, as you know, are no longer just an ambition or a plan, but they are actually happening. So as Ukraine advances on its path, preserving freedom of speech during these times of war is of critical importance. And the topics we are exploring today from financing of Suspilne to Ukraine's media legislation. They are not just theoretical academic topics. They are pressing issues that will shape the future of Ukraine, of your country, and its rightful place within the European Union and the European family. Public broadcasting, free media, is a cornerstone of any democracy. And all of you present today have shown, are showing every day that you care about Ukraine's free future and truly understand the price of our independence. When I say our independence, I mean Ukraine's independence and the independence of the European Union and all its member states. Every country that has undergone transformation into a democratic state has relied heavily on media as a cornerstone of democracy. And Suspilne, and other speakers have said that before, is more than just a broadcaster. The heartbeat of freedom, it's a defender in the information warfare against Russian lies, and alongside every other media outlet and journalist aspiring to be the fourth estate, Suspilne stands at the forefront of the European transformation of Ukraine. Today, more than ever, Suspilne needs support to build a strong digital presence and compete effectively in the modern media landscape. As the public broadcaster, it needs sufficient public spending, as is foreseen in the Constitution. But this is not just about sustaining an independent TV station. It's also about strengthening Ukraine's defense and our joint European defense in the information warfare. We gather in Kiev today, a city that stands very much as the symbol of Ukrainian resilience, courage, and the spirit of the nation. And we reflect on Ukraine's path to the European Union, and we must understand that this is more, that this is about more than just political alignment, approximating legislation, or economic reform. At its heart of any democracy are the rule of law and the essential freedom of speech. Today, we are gathering as a diverse group of journalists, of media professionals, government officials, and civil society leaders from all parts of Ukraine, from large cities, from small communities. And we, the European Union, wants to recognize the importance of your work. You are the power that does not exist in your neighboring country that is sending rockets to Ukraine, even on that day where the new school year starts. You are making a difference on a daily basis, and freedom will prevail. We as the European Union stand your side, as our president said, for as long as it takes. Ukraine will win this war, and I wish you good discussions today. And I'm very happy, very privileged that we as the European Union can support Suspilne, and we will continue doing so, as I said, as long as it takes. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пані Стефан.
Thank you, Mr. Stefan. Maluk Sus, small Sus, gained weight. He's well, he's doing fine, and hopefully Suspilne will follow the suit. It exists and it will develop. Dear colleagues, I officially announce the conference Your Integration During the War open, and I want to give floor. I'm Mr. Skladai, and I give floor to Tatiana Tryshinska, our first moderator. Tatiana, the floor is yours. The panel is yours. Thank you very much. The microphone is working. I'm very glad. It's a great honor to moderate this first panel. I want to remind you once again that we work in the shelter. So if there is air raid, we don't need to find other shelter, because we're in the shelter now. And please do not publish and do not broadcast our location before it is over for safety reasons. Our first panel is called the Freedom of Speech During War as an important milestone of democracy and Euro integration. In this panel we have both remote and personal presence participants. Everyone who participates here, take your seats. Svetlana Ostapa, Mr. Burmakin, Mr. Yurchishin. I see him, he's here. Mr. Soren Herbst probably should be with us too. And I will take my seat too. And I will be joined later by Mr. Oltang and Evgenia Krachuk, Jan Zuchek, Noel Karan. I will present my colleagues and give them floor as we go. And I want to say that participants of the panel will, of course, have floor. And then we will have a bit time for open microphone. I will just warn you that you will have time for questions and comments. So let us start our panel by the video address of the Vice Prime Minister Olga Stefanishin for European integration. Please broadcast it for us now. Dear colleagues, guests of the conference, it's nice to join our today's communication. Of course, you have a lot of things to discuss. During any wars, the freedom of speech faces unprecedented challenges related, first of all, to securing national security. That's why our main task today and for the whole duration of war to overcome these challenges, to protect our democracy and freedom of thought, freedom of speech and free expression. On the background of constant informational warfare, which is the aggressor country wages against our state. In addition to fighting the enemy, Ukraine stays European democratic state, confirming the status and moving to the full-fledged membership in the EU. Now, when we started officially the integrative negotiations for the EU, our first priority remains following our commitments related to values, supremacy of law, freedom of speech and human rights. It's important for the European future of our country and the country in general. We took a lot of efforts, in particular following the EU Commission. We updated the law about the audio and video, creating clear rules for media today. We approved the law, the comprehensive law on media, developed with the proposals of both European experts and our own society. Starting from November 2023, the media regulator for the first time approved the strategy of activities for the next 2024. Of course, their work on this direction proved to be effective, demonstrated good results, and even in the last year, we raised for 18 positions in the Freedom 4 Index, taking 161st position among 187 countries. Also, law on the advertisement was passed. Based on the recommendations of Euro Commission, we fulfilled our commission.
Those recommendations have directed us towards development of the roadmap and support as a realistic post-war media space, and also strengthening the work to enhance the independence of our regulators, the National Council for TV and broadcasting. And also one of the core milestones is the existence of the independent public broadcaster. We reached a certain progress by the law on independent media. We have established the foundations of financial and economic independence of the public broadcaster, and we would like to strengthen this positive trend. Transformation of the state-owned broadcaster into the public one was a long-term objective. This was also necessary to observe the rights of national minorities and communities. In this context, I'm happy to mention the efforts of the public broadcast of Ukraine, which makes the projects regularly of the national minorities and indigenous peoples. This helps to observe the rights of the national minorities by ensuring the implementation into practice of the legislative provisions. I'm grateful for the contribution into the cultural diversity of our country. I'm grateful for your work, and I wish you an interesting and productive discussion. To me, it is important that we can today communicate about the future in such a distinguished circle of participants. This is a good sign. There is a lot of work ahead of us because negotiations in terms of fundamental rights will only start by opening certain clusters. Therefore, our task is to preserve the existing achievements and also to work on the vision of the development of our freedoms towards our membership in the EU and after this is achieved. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. In the continuation of Olga's definition said before, and Mr. Paturaev said the same in his welcoming speech, that Suspilne is actually part of the reform, is part of the democracy and rule of law. Therefore, I request you to participate. Mr. Tanela Tang, who is head of the team of coordination and reform, is the group of support of Ukraine, of the General Directorate for the Foreign Policy and Neighborhood Policy of European Commission. And he will join us online.
Me? Hello, can you hear me? I think.
Yes, we can hear you well. Yes, perfectly.
Let me first thank you for allowing me to be present in this discussion today. My colleague Stefan Schleuning already made some very important points regarding our approach to the media freedom and how it links to the accession process. But I would like to perhaps add some emphasis or some points to his valuable remarks. First, as it was pointed out by Stefan and also by the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, the freedom of speech and media freedom are vital pillars of European democracy. And when we say from the side of the European Commission this, we also mean it. So this is something that will definitely play an important role in the accession process, first as a benchmark and as a condition to progress forward on the accession process, but also a very important means in informing the public how the process will go. And of course, we understand that Ukraine's media is currently in a very special situation due to the very brutal Russian aggression. But at the same time, we believe that media plays very important, free media and independent media play very important role in ensuring overall resilience of the country, including against disinformation. Here, I would also like to say that independent media and the diversity of outlets, not only in Kiev but also in regional centers in smaller places, is something very valuable and a big asset of Ukraine. I personally always experience this as well when Ukrainian journalists come to Brussels and meet with the Commission representatives. I always feel this energy that is coming out of them, again, despite of the fact that very often they have to work in very challenging situations. And I would also like to say that from our side, we very strongly encourage that Ukraine keeps this very strong fabric in the future. Now, the second point, just to illustrate how important media freedom is, and I think Deputy Prime Minister also referred to this in her remarks 2 years ago when we agreed conditions or the benchmarks for Ukraine in progressing forward on the accession path and related to the candidate country status. We also included there the alignment, the need for Ukraine to align with the European Union Audiovisual Media Services Directive. And actually, this was one of the areas where Ukraine progressed the fastest. We were very happy that we could declare that for most parts, Ukraine had done the alignment work with the adoption of the media law and also the review of the advertising law, so that we could say that this step indeed was completed. Now, of course, as the accession process goes forward, we will very closely look at how this law will be implemented, and particularly important in terms of the independence of the media regulator. We would, of course, like to see that that media regulator would also have the sufficient resources to pay the salaries of the people and ensure the overall independence of the regulator. This is very important, not only in Ukraine but in all the other EU member states as well. Of course, we understand that the Russian aggression also imposes some economic difficulties to media outlets. We have observed the collapse of the advertising market, particularly in the television segment, and of course also the impact that this has had on TV programs. We look at the action of the government, of the authorities with the great interest, and of course in all the endeavors that are being taken forward, we would like to see this diversity that exists in Ukraine in the media landscape also to be reflected in different projects that government takes forward. And of course, when we talk about the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, it's clear that this is also based on the European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights, which includes also the respect of the pluralism and pluralism of media and pluralism as a whole. Now, finally, and this is of course not least important, but maybe the most important thing in the context of today's discussion, the independence of the public service broadcaster. We have throughout our relations with Ukraine invested a lot into this. This includes our political support and attention, but also the direct financial support, as was also mentioned by Stefan in his intervention. We believe that public service broadcaster reform that took place, and I personally very closely participated in this in 2016, is one of the very good examples of reforms in Ukraine when the Soviet era or post-Soviet era combinate type of national TV station was indeed reformed into an independent public service broadcaster. We are very pleased to see that the broadcaster has an independent supervisory board with whom we also work very closely together. And we also see actually the results when we turn on the television when we are in Ukraine or when we follow this from internet, that this is indeed the very reliable source of information about Ukraine, where all the different political forces have also a chance to express themselves. And we also very much appreciate the quality of the journalists who are working in Suspilne's different outlets. Of course, here as well, I have to stress the funding element of Suspilne. From our point of view, it is very important that the state budget will allocate sufficient resources to the public service broadcaster. We know that the debates and very challenging debates are going to take place in the Ukrainian parliament. And of course, from our side, we encourage that Suspilne's needs and particularly when it comes to the mandate that they have received from the government and public will be carried out with sufficient and sustainable resources. From our side, and this is for me the way to conclude my little intervention, we will be supporting Suspilne and independent public service broadcaster as much as we can, political support, but also the direct financial support. You can rely on us. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо. Дякуємо.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank Mr. Tanatang for their promised support and appreciation of the achievements of the journalists of Suspilne. Generally, there are people in this room who respect the institutional role of Suspilne, and yet I would like ourselves to get back to the real things, the real risks that we can face in the country, not just audience, those people who take decisions, the decision makers, which is about the shaky balance between preserving the democracy and because we need to remember. Actually, Anna was on the business trip, and yet she expressed the caution whether sufficiently strong preventer is Suspilne, whether Suspilne is strong enough being such a preventer between the attempts of making the military censorship into political censorship. Maybe we return to this conference once again with the same precaution. I would like to give the floor to Yaroslav Yurchishyn, who is Member of Parliament, head of the Committee of the Parliament for Freedom of Expression. Actually, Suspilne has sustained this process. I remember the discussion how Suspilne should develop and its place in the marathon of news marathon, and actually thanks to official and unofficial communications a maximum balance was found, but this was a balance of what? From the willingness of the government for to control their information domain due to the wartime, having referred to the needs of the national security, and also the democratic approach of Suspilne. Actually, Suspilne is one of the bright examples that the discussion between there is no discussion between national security and democracy. Democracy protects national security if indeed successfully, based on the proper interest, it uses the mechanism which democracy provides. What can we see as Suspilne? In Suspilne, we have the working supervisory board, and we aspire for the same in the other spheres. And yet the situation in Ukrenergo clearly demonstrates that by attempting to create supervisory boards, quite often the government will try to find the mechanism of influence, because the structure of supervisory board of Suspilne demonstrates that this approach gives a desirable effect. Secondly, the willingness to form of the policy, not by influencing of someone or something, but rather by formation of pretty high standards, because indeed if we take one of the strengths, as Madam Stefanishina also mentioned, communications in the languages of national minorities and indigenous peoples, I can hardly imagine if any government structure would be regulating that process. Not because, not due to the willingness of doing something, but due to the capacity. Maybe during the war it would not be possible to do it, and yet we have a decision of the cabinet of ministers to give to the Kurultai the rise of the representation body of Crimean Tatar people. As we can see that as a democratic institutions, and the example of the reform is actually the Suspilne, and they actually work much better. What I would like to actually insist on is a balance of information. Why do we criticize the news and why do we criticize the other media? Is a disproportionality on the representatives. Whether government representatives are present on Suspilne, whether there is representation of other political players. Yes, they are, of course, and this is well balanced. By the way, this causes a lot of criticism in the official offices, and yet it means the public broadcaster to become efficient fighter against the external totalitarian propaganda, as it becomes a verified source to which the citizens have the habit to refer to, because there is some information if they feel some emotional ambiguity. I have spoken to the representatives of the Swedish public broadcaster and quite many other broadcasters, and I found that in Ukraine we now start to form this culture, because the reform is never a success unless it would change the culture, and the public broadcaster has a huge challenge, not just to work from the standard perception as Ukrainian Channel 1, as just government official channel. This does not exist almost, at least from the communication with our society, and yet turning into the well-verified source. When they receive some information for verification, when we understand that everybody will go crazy about it if something goes wrong, to come to the verified source and check. Is it worthwhile doing this? Yes, indeed, we can welcome the joint projects to form the media literacy and the filter of the Ministry for Culture and Information Policy and other ones. But again, this is a long-term play. In order to play that long-term game, we need to understand the long-term rules of the game. And here
the important point is that in cooperation of the state and Suspilne, the state starts playing more and more the role it's supposed to be playing in the democratic society. Creation of conditions under which the interested parties openly, transparently have an opportunity to act in this or that sphere, direction. And Suspilne is a good example of that. In sensitive issues like language, gender stereotypes, etc., Suspilne, their achievement has a skill of presenting these acute topics in a balanced manner, not raising the temperature in the room, so to say. It's a great, not achievement, because we need to improve it too, but it's a good skill to have. A high-quality communication inside a society is not a condition, it's a process. It must always happen. So we need to thank the team of Suspilne and everyone who supports Suspilne in this process, because we have great challenges ahead of us. And for myself personally, and from my committee, Mr. Yevhen, who is present here, is also from this committee, we will do everything in our power to have Suspilne receive sufficient. I cannot promise enough for development, because during the war we have financial problems. But at least you need to have to continue your way of reforms and formation of the verified broadcaster that has trust of society. We need to do it. This is our home task. And to the colleagues from the international programs, I request you, please continue supporting Suspilne on the broadest extent possible, because we will secure sustainability in future, I'm sure of it. But the question of development is probably a question of our cooperation. Thank you, Yaroslav. We have an online connection of Evgenia Kravchuk, People's Deputy, Vice Head of the Committee of the Parliament of Information Policy, Head of the Subcommittee of Information Policy. We welcome you, Evgenia. Colleagues, greetings. I'm very sorry not to be present offline, but I have an important issue because children today go to school for the first time, not only in Kiev, but in other regions as well. So I have a mission of being a mother, not just member of parliament. Well, when I was at the first school call, when I visited this celebration, I thought about the Ukrainian-speaking content, Ukrainian language content that our children are supposed to consume. And I'm glad that the law on media allowed to invest funds into digital sphere, because children will hardly watch just television or radio. They usually watch YouTube, and they now will be able to find this content in YouTube. Even though we speak a lot about Euro integration, I will not repeat what my colleagues said. I agree with them, with Mikita and with Yaroslav and with everyone who spoke, together with Vice Prime Minister. Of course, this is a necessary precondition of entering to EU, of presence of pluralistic media, including a strong public broadcaster with powerful financing, great coverage in all the country, in the regions, etc. But it's also about the product that we, at the cost of taxpayers, or in our case, at the cost of taxpayers from other countries that help us as donor help or as loans, it's the content that Ukraine needs to have. On the third year of the full-scale war and on the 10th year of the war, documentaries are very important. I continue to admire the work of documentalists, documentary films makers. It includes cooperation with the market, because independent studios often do it. It also includes work with English subtitles. Now we need to start French or Spanish subtitles to make the coverage broader, especially the films that explain the reasons of the war which we are in and genesis of it. So it's not just about high quality content that needs to be available to a large number of people. At the same time, when I was visiting the school today, I thought about the children that I brought, about their families, and I thought Suspilne should become a leader here and to broadcast content, to secure Ukrainian content to those Ukrainians who are abroad due to the war, for them to keep connected to their homeland and to their identity. Returning to the media legislation that was mentioned several times, also by our colleagues from Brussels and by our Ukrainian colleagues, indeed, we, when adopting the law on media, we did not have to adopt the law on Suspilne, because it was adopted by the previous parliament. But we improved it and gave new tools, and I'm glad that these tools start to work, including art contests, first art contest that Suspilne announced for the products. It's possible for two reasons. First is because of the experience of working with the Western colleagues, because always such cooperation empowers people and gives them new capacities. But also if such product is created, it will be automatically available not just to Ukrainian onlookers, but also to foreigners. It's very important to make Ukraine visible for foreigners. I'm very thankful to Suspilne for thousands of hours of content that you broadcast to EBU, to European Broadcasting Association, and they then broadcast in the news, on their broadcast for the photos and images that will be available to broader audience. What else can we export? I don't want to talk about us as just a recipient. You know, we are used to this position that someone gives us money and we create something for that money, but we can be a donor of experience. We can share experience with the other broadcasters of not just working in extreme conditions, but improving our work in extreme conditions, extending our audience in extreme conditions, extending regional network in extraordinary circumstances. And I think this regional network, correspondent network, is one of the unique trade proposals that we have on the market, which is not available because no other Ukrainian group or broadcaster has such number of correspondents that gives verified content. What Yaroslav mentioned. Because there is a lot of fakes, a lot of hype, a lot of random information. It could extend in regional publics, in regional social media, etc. So, what else I wanted to say about legislation? I already mentioned this at the conference, general media conference in August about the changes in the media legislation. First, we will register them, but a lot of text, 63 pages of just comparative tables. This week, I hope we'll register it. And some part of these amendments to the legislation that we will show to our colleagues in Brussels, they know that we are preparing them. There are things there to enable them to participate in the bodies of co-regulation. Because Suspilne, if it is supposed to give the benchmark for development, then co-regulative bodies are important. Also, the things that are related to the procedure of establishing the granted volume of the channels. I will not go deep here, but this is what needed for work of the Suspilne. As a head of the subcommittee on the issues of your integration, I can say any amendments that we do to media legislation, regardless where law on media, law on public media, will be filtered by our colleagues from the European Commission, from the European Union. And this is a safeguard. I see it as a safeguard. We as a committee will try not to get through any amendments that violate these European rules, but still, it's an additional safeguard so that because European Commission will have to approve these changes. And this cluster opens first and closes last. So the attention to freedom of media will be on all stages next year for European integration. Thank you again, the team of Suspilne, and I hope that this conference will become traditional one. Last year we conducted it about this approximately the same time, and next year I hope we will discuss new achievements of the Suspilne, of the public broadcaster, and about its increased popularity, and we will not fail to defend its financing. I hope we will defend the financing because the budgeting process starts, and we have a lot of good advocates in various fractions of the parliament, and we will act to finance the independence of the broadcast on the sufficient level. Thank you. Thank you, Evgenia Kravchuk. 2 points I want to emphasize about cinema. Cinema products will be top topic of our second panel, so we will leave it to them. As to cooperation with European Broadcasting Association, we will talk about this. About more achievements of the Suspilne, why it is indicator of the European integration reforms. I will give floor to Svetlana Ostapi, head of the supervisory board of the National Supervisory Association of Ukraine. Please. Hello, friends of Suspilne. Hello, participants of the conference, the people who help us to implement. The reform continues during the war. We never stopped. One of the questions of our today's panels is this: how does the preservation of the freedom of speech affect the European integration? I will answer this at once. That preservation of the freedom of speech directly affects European integration. These are closely connected. Making printed press non-state and broadcasting non-state is a component of the freedom of speech. And right after the Revolution of Dignity, Ukraine took this road. And it meant that we are getting rid of the Soviet legacy and that government will not intervene into the editorial policies of the media. We implemented these reforms, we came there, we went there, but where we completely implemented, have we completely implemented? Now, fortunately, no. Reforms took place, but there was a rollback to the past. This reform stuck because, again, state broadcasting started to become stronger after new state channels emerged. How does it affect Suspilne? I will explain later, but now I wanted to emphasize what Tatiana said about our achievements. Regardless of war, we have some achievements. First slide, please. In the year that passed since the first conference of ours, we continued to provide the society a verified and balanced information on all platforms: TV, radio, digital. You see on the slide how many platforms we have. And we adhere to professional standards that are in the white list of media. Until the middle of May, we were co-producers of the One Marathon of News. The Vice Minister reminded us that was broadcasted by Ukrainian radio. Now, under this project, we work on our own TV marathon that is broadcasted by the first channel and regional broadcasters. Second slide, please. And some people thought that our indicators fell, but they expected, but this unfortunately didn't happen. Unfortunately for those who thought that. For us, it was good, of course. They didn't fall. We continued the reform, and because the acting head of the board won at the elections with his program Digital First, so in the last several years, we created a powerful digital platform. I think you skipped the second slide, right? No? Well, okay, we'll get back to it. And the indicators of the digital platform is the third slide. You can see them right on the screen. Only in the several last days, we have increase of subscribers in the social media. We have 12.5 million of subscribers. We asked funds for covering Olympics and Paralympics and Special Olympics. The Parliament did add the funds, and we coped. We managed to cover the Olympics on the decent level. Next slide, please. Next slide, and one more. This is our social media digital platform. Next slide, please. And currently we are covering Paralympics that started in Paris on 28th of August. You see our achievements, these indicators. We are very proud of them. In our priorities is the strengthening of the information broadcasting. Evgenia Kravchuk already mentioned about our reform of creating correspondence hyperlocal network. This creation, this formation continues, and regional branches are being developed too. We create hubs. You can see on this slide in which regions we create hubs and what will be their names. This is both for optimization of expenditure and for better cooperation and coordination. It will be integrated with the hyperlocal correspondent network. The year 2024 is 100 years since Ukrainian Radio Foundation, which is a component of broadcasting. And we will celebrate on the 26th the oldest broadcaster in Ukraine. I will not tell you all the secrets and all surprises, but we are preparing. Last year we had unprecedented confidence of audience to our news. We understand that it's hard to keep it. Today, this year, it's lower than before, but it's still, BBC, for example, has confidence level about more than 50%. We have 77. We have high quality documentaries being produced, 20 documentaries being produced, and journalist investigations. For example, journalist investigation kamikaze drones, how they turned from toys to weapon, and what to do for this weapon to be produced without any bad questions to the government. And we had a premiere of the documentary Budapest, A Mine Under Independence. Those who didn't see it, please take a look. We also continue to promote journalist investigation of our partners. Our stories are shown in EU countries, as was mentioned, almost 190,000 times in different languages. Our stories were broadcasted in EU. And it's a very positive tendency, because in 2022, in half a year, we showed about 20,000 of our stories, 20,000 shows of our stories. And in half a year, half a year of 2024, 53,000. So the growth is almost by 2 times. I see how it affects the Suspilne funding. At this slide you can see that Suspilne was underfinanced in 2024 based on what it was supposed to be financed on the law. We didn't even ask for the complete amount, because we did understand that because of the war needs it's impossible. We asked to give us not just for survival, but a bit for reform. We were explained that everything is spent for the army. But as you see, not everything goes to the army. The state actually financed its own broadcasters in full amount. So I think all information broadcasting should be given back to the channels. And production of the series and other content for governmental funds should be very transparent, as we have in Suspilne. We continue our mission during the war, protecting the freedom in Ukraine, giving to society balanced and verified information about Ukraine and the world, establishing dialogue in the society, but we constantly have to fight for our own life, for our own survival. We understand that survival is needed for Ukrainian people. Not everyone understands this. Some people just don't understand what it's all about, these reforms, or just they don't trust in it. They think that all channels are owned by someone or controlled by someone. They don't believe we are independent. They are used to commercial broadcasters and state broadcasters, so they don't understand who we are. So they measure us with measuring as rating, based on ratings, or based on state propaganda. They are not interested in journalist standards, mission. They don't believe in our independence.
Because they believe we are controlled by someone. We are not against the rating, yet we shall not give their prediction of which about the next day of the end of war for the sake of the rating. Yet we shall provide well-balanced and well-checked information. The presence of the strong independent public broadcaster is important for European integration in our strategy till 2025, which we have updated in view of the reality of the fully fledged invasion. It is prescribed that the role of the public broadcaster in the wartime is decisive. So the Suspilne, as it was discussed today, was established based on the Soviet type government broadcasters. The company continues to develop and implementing innovative solutions and expanding the coverage of audiences. Suspilne will defend its independence and freedom of expression. It will cause the development of new networking among Ukrainians worldwide. As Evgenia Kravchuk said before, that we must become the leader, we're not against, and we prescribe that in our strategy. And the last but not least, the priority of activity of Suspilne for the next years will be preservation and deepening of trust, a closer cooperation with the society on the basis of independence and fair journalism, creating intellectual content focused on broadcasting the historical truth, strengthening public security and Ukrainian culture. I would like to thank everybody who supported Suspilne, the donors, international organizations, G7 embassies, the Parliamentary Committee for Humanitarian Policy and Freedom of Expression, public broadcasters of Europe, Japan, EBU. I would like to thank Ukrainian citizens for watching and listening to Suspilne. I would like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine for our defense, that you enable us to make the reform. I believe in victory, and I believe Suspilne will become the fully fledged member in the European Union. I would like to thank Svetlana. Yes, this is not the end. I believe that during the open microphones there will be some replies or responses to Svetlana said before. I would like ourselves to discuss cooperation with European Broadcasting Association. Ron Karen is connected to us, Director of European Broadcasting Association. If this is true, we kindly request to have him connected.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, Svetlana. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Congratulations on pressing ahead with the conference. I was in Kyiv last year and I saw firsthand the resilience that you all have. You get on with it. You get on with doing your job. We see it on Suspilne all the time. I would also like to thank Suspilne, and some of the commentators have mentioned this already, is the amount of footage that we are getting and distributing, literally viewed by millions and tens of millions of people around Europe coming from Suspilne is really, really critical. I think Mr. Tang mentioned it earlier, but it is absolutely critical. Also, having someone like Mykola as your Director General, who is also on the executive board. Mykola constantly raises Ukraine. He keeps it in the consciousness of everybody there, all of the big European broadcasters. And I have huge admiration for him in terms of how he pursues that. I think in terms of the importance of Suspilne and also within this European path that you are on, and it was great to hear everyone just talk about it today, and it is a path that you're on. We have heard that freedom of press is critically important. It is absolutely one of the measures of the strength of a democracy. We just need to, that is absolutely, and we've heard that from the EU speakers today. I was very closely involved, and as were our team, in the Media Freedom Act, dealing with the European Commission, and this is of critical importance, which is that media freedom is one of the touchstones and cornerstones of democracy within Europe. And if, or as Ukraine moves towards membership of the EU, that is going to be a critical factor. It is one of the ways that people judge democracy. It's one of the ways, one of the indicators, it's one of the alarm bells, it's one of the red flags that you get if there is a problem, is when you see freedom of the press interfered with. And I think that Private media has a key role, absolutely key role, but public media is unique. Public media is different in terms of the investments, in terms of the motivation. It is not about profit, and there's nothing wrong with profit at all. Nothing wrong with commercial enterprises pursuing a profit motive, but you also need a media that is not motivated by profit. You need a media that invests in programming that others don't invest in. You need an independent media. And I think that Suspilne and its role is absolutely critical in terms of Ukraine, not only what the public receive, but also the image of Ukraine externally, which, let's face it, is very, very important because you want to move very fast on an integration road. I think the key elements that we see in Media Freedom Act and in other pieces of EU legislation are editorial independence. How can you guarantee the editorial independence of Suspilne and all European broadcasters? We also see the key funding issues and funding within the MFA itself, within the Media Freedom Act. There is a specific reference to adequate funding and sustainable funding for public service media, which is a really important element of the Media Freedom Act. And I have to say, I'm very concerned by what Svetlana has just shown us in terms of the levels of funding, but way below the legislation. And we all know the difficulties and the pulls on the budget and expenditure in Ukraine, but that is so far below legal requirement. I think that has to be a red flag. It has to be an alarm when you see those levels of funding which are so below what the law stipulates. But funding is a key element because you can have the best journalists in the world, you can have the best intentions, you can have the best governance. If you don't have the money to finance your output, then it's all useless. It's all for nothing. So I do think that is a critical factor. And I do hope that the politicians in the room understand that this is a key issue and isn't going to go away as a key issue. I think you also need to see independence in terms of appointments of director general, senior management. You need to see transparency if any senior managers are removed for the reasons for that, open and transparent. I think Mr. Tang it was who mentioned the regulator, which is key as well, is having an independent regulator within countries, which I think is a vital indicator as well of the strength of democracy. But public media is not perfect. Perfection is not a virtue that I've ever claimed for public service media. We get things wrong. We do things wrong, but we do so much that is right. We have a different remit to commercial media. We have a different emphasis. And particularly at a time of war, you just see the absolute importance of having that independent public service media, because what happens with commercial media, and I've worked in commercial media is vital within an economy, but ownership changes, and with it, particularly we've seen in some countries, with a change in ownership comes a complete change in editorial direction. And I say this constantly to governments when I talk to them, and they talk very positively about the private media in the country. Some of the time that's because the private media is supporting them, and that media can change ownership. It can change editorial direction. There needs to be some stability around editorial independence and having a media which is funded by the public in terms of preserving that independence. And I do think that is of absolutely critical importance. I think maintaining the connection with the audience is also critically important. And I'm delighted with the trust figures that we've just seen. 77%, even if it has fallen slightly last year, is a huge figure by European standards. It's huge, and congratulations to everybody involved in that. But I think maintaining those trust levels, which is very difficult in a war situation, but I think maintaining those trust levels is absolutely critical. for Suspilne, and I think all of the staff there know that. Just finally, just to say that I visited. I visited Suspilne. I've been in the regional offices. I just see the conditions that everyone in Ukraine is working under. But I want to particularly mention Suspilne, and again to pass on our thanks from all of the European broadcasters for all of the critical footage that you have given us over the last 2 years under incredibly difficult circumstances. There is Ukraine is at a turning point in this integration process. And, it needs to look ahead and look at what is important throughout Europe in terms of values and what is important for the Commission in terms of assessing any future membership. And media freedom is absolutely part of that. Funding of public media is absolutely part of that. And I think everyone in the room needs to realize that isn't going away. And it's actually something you should embrace. It's something you should grasp and say, yes, look at us. We have an independent media. Yes, it is properly funded. Look at what it's doing, and turn it into a flag that you wave in terms of showing how different you are from other countries. So I do think that's absolutely critical. And once again, I thank everybody in Suspilne for all of their contributions and look forward to continuing to work with you and to visiting Kyiv again. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Дякуємо пану Карену.
I would like to thank Karen, Mr. Burmagin, member of National Council of Ukraine for TV and radio broadcasting. We have listened to quite many speakers. I believe that you can make comments, or maybe you will stand for many comments. Maybe you have some controversial or maybe different. Thank you for this opportunity. Indeed, I would like to make a comment about a couple of things. Yet beforehand, I would like to say that the media regulator, at least for a few years, while I have been with the National Council, does it best that the reform of the Suspilne is implemented as efficiently as possible. And this takes place on every level of the current activity of Suspilne, because from time to time we seek advice about particular tasks faced. This is the same about the lawmaking activities. Svetlana discussed that, as well as the colleagues. And I hope, I'm convinced that at least that this membership of the National Council will continue having the development of Suspilne as its own priority of all possible manifestations of activity and implementation of its authority. As I believe, we have very efficient cooperation, and the media regulator does it best, that the reform of Suspilne takes place to the extent possible under the conditions that we have during the war. About European integration of Suspilne, and today several times it was discussed about independence and importance of the media regulator. I would like to say make few statements. We discussed the European Media Freedom Act. This is an important regulation of the EU. It contains the norms about independence of the Suspilne and independence of public broadcast and independence of media regulator. Implementation of this act will become important, and it has emerged for the reason that there are problems in the interaction between European regulators, and there is deterioration of the attitude towards public broadcast in Europe, and its objective is to improve the situation, to correct the situation from the point of improvement. The experience and communications about implementation of other EU acts and the experience of media reform based on the law on the media, which took place within 1.5 years, highlighted the next challenges or problems that can be faced. Currently, there is an active discussion about regulation of platforms like Telegram and overall of the digital dimension. And the discussions with the colleagues of the Ministry for Digital Development, we have visited Brussels and we discussed Digital Service Act, DSA. The biggest challenge in the EU Act implementation is to absorb the commitments that one can implement as a candidate country, because their pattern is described for the member countries, and you as candidate country for a very long time will not have the instruments that the commitments that are foreseen by such acts can be followed. And this is one of the cornerstones and challenges from the perspective of the implementation. Coming back to the Media Freedom Act, of course, there are certain standards related to the toolkit, because it is about protection of media on the platform, protection of the professional activity of journalists, and the duties and obligations, which are about the duties the authorities, the regulators must have in order to have them implemented. About the independence of media regulator, I would like to discuss the challenges which can we see in our realities today in Ukraine. I have discussed that on the Facebook, and also I would like to discuss it today, because actually 1.5 years of implementation of the media law, very difficult work. Everybody marked positive progress, because this is new regulation in spite of the war. Once again, in spite of the limited financing and other challenges, the media reform is being implemented very actively these days. Now there is a question to create bodies of co-regulation. By 90% what is inside the media law has been implemented. Along with that, regretfully, as Svetlana said before, there is a rollback. We can record some rollback, especially about the institutional independence and capacity of the media regulator. And this was a separate requirement, standalone requirement of European Union towards Ukraine about the candidacy status, because what happened after the media law has emerged in 2 months, by the initiative of the Ministry of Finance through the budget law, they stopped all of the financial guarantees under the media law, and it was prolonged, that suspension. And this prolongation can last up to 10-15 years. In some fields, this is Ukrainian practice. What are the negative consequences of such suspension? For example, the funding of the payment to members of the National Council turned into manual regime by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Though we understand and we remember that the directive, and once again, the European Media Freedom Act tells of the financial, legal, functional independence of the regulator, and they need to provide for such independence from the government. And currently it fully depends on the government. Now negotiations lost about the mechanism and numbers. Of course, we would not like to discuss the numbers during the war, and yet the mechanism is wrong when the cabinet or minister decides on its own how to fund the National Council. The second thing which happened is a law on lawmaking activity, by which they have returned unexpectedly for the line committee the state registration of the acts of the National Council back to the Ministry of Justice, which was a surprise. When it happens, all of the regulations we have developed for 1.5 years during the hard work with public discussion and the procedure will become illegitimate, and they will have to be sent to the Justice Ministry for state registration. And this will take 6 to 7 months, and this will suspend the entire activity of media regulator with no such state regulation. Such acts will be doubtful from their point of legitimacy. This takes place in parallel with the following track. We have Ukraine Facility Plan, which includes particular actions for the reform of European integration, and in that plan it is written that for the regulator in the energy sector, the state registration of acts was cancelled and taken away. The situation is not clear. When for some regulators we say that it's not up to European standards and European practices in the media sphere, we returned that a very important activity of the national board will be controlled by the Ministry of Justice, which means the control of the government, which does not correspond to European standards, as I believe. So those are 2 tracks which took place, and another 2 tracks are in process, and yet if they are implemented, then, as I believe, subjectively, we can believe that the independent status of the media regulator is cancelled. I speak of the draft legislation on the administrative procedure, which on the final stage of discussion before the second reading, and if it is implemented, and again there is an attempt by the Ministry of Justice, the most interesting is that this is also European integration.
But in case if it is implemented, all procedural points of National Council will be broken, starting from any audit verification to the National Council. So the procedure will be broken at all. It's an interesting story, of course, if they implement it. We will have the situation where the national board is collegial body. If they adopt this, one person will be able to control it, because no one is against this reform, but it must take into account peculiarities of regulation in certain spheres. It doesn't happen now, but they can implement it. The day after tomorrow, the specialized committee, before the second reading, the administrative procedure will be considered in the parliament. So Euro integration process is behind the other integration reforms, and it can break very important media law reforms. And the last point, last straw, is the code on administrative offenses. For now, it's not registered. It's been discussed on the level of ministries for many years, actually. But for many years, the ministries discuss it. The approach itself stays the same, even though regulators often wrote about the inadmissibility of this approach to media sphere. They want to take away all responsibility part, whatever is responsible, from the laws on media and put it into this new law. In fact, it will take all the powers from the media sphere. The rules will be ignored, in fact. It will be illusionary, it will be ineffective. So the 4 tracks in the last 1.5 years, all about ability and institutional capability of the media regulator. These are the challenges, these are the dangers that await all media, including Suspilne, when implementing Media Freedom Act and other standards, European-based standards in the media sphere. Again, what I wanted to mention, I wanted to finish with something good, right? After saying all these things. Our topic is integration, European integration during war. I think it's possible. We prove it every day that it's possible to do. Sometimes it requires extreme efforts, and extreme efforts of all stakeholders, export, civil sector, joining, efforts of various sectors, cooperation, communication, etc. But what I wanted to see, what I would want to see, this hard work of implementing the reforms, at least we could have a better communication and integration, and we wouldn't have competition between various parts of your integrative tracks. Maybe European Commission could help to avoid this. As arbiters, as judges and regulators, because it's very hard to speak directly to the government during the war. All the standards of independence, financing, or other risks that are looming. Because you can hear in answer, that's to your integration, that's equally important. Thank you, Alexander, for voicing these concerns on this site and for the phrase that reforms are possible during the war. We have one more online guest, Jan Souček, General Director of the Czech Television, and now the colleagues will connect him to us and we will hear the Czech experience and cooperation of Suspilne with the Czech broadcaster. Greetings.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will discuss the essential role of public broadcasters in ensuring freedom of speech and media independence, using the experience of the Czech Republic as a context. And I will also address the importance of state support for public broadcasters and the challenges they currently face. Public broadcasters play a vital role in maintaining freedom of speech and safeguarding the independence of the media. They are uniquely positioned to provide unbiased and reliable information to the public, free from commercial and political pressures. In the Czech Republic, the public broadcaster, Czech television, has been a cornerstone of democracy, offering a diverse range of programming that reflects multiple viewpoints and fostering informed public debate. By operating independently of the government and private interests, Czech television ensures that the public receives accurate information, especially during critical times such as elections, political crisis, or public health emergencies. This independence is crucial because it prevents any single entity from monopolizing the narrative, thereby supporting a healthy democracy where citizens can make informed decisions. The experience of the Czech Republic shows that a strong public broadcaster can be a bulwark against disinformation and propaganda. During challenging periods such as political turbulence or foreign interference, a reliable public broadcaster provides a trusted source of news, countering misinformation and ensuring the public remains well informed. This role is even more critical in today's digital age, where false information can spread rapidly. However, the effectiveness of public broadcasters in fulfilling their role depends significantly on state support. Consistent and adequate funding from the state is essential for public broadcasters to operate independently and maintain high standards of journalism. In the Czech Republic, the government provides funding to Czech television through a television license fee, which ensures a stable financial base that is not subject to political influence. This model of state support is crucial because it allows the broadcaster to focus on its public service mandate rather than seeking commercial revenue, which could compromise editorial independence. Moreover, state support helps public broadcasters invest in quality content, diverse programming, and investigative journalism, all of which are essential for a robust democracy. However, state support should not translate into state control. It's vital to strike a balance where public broadcasters receive sufficient funding while remaining free from political interference. This balance ensures that public broadcasters can hold those in power accountable without fear of retribution, thus upholding the principles of freedom of speech and media independence. Despite their crucial role in and the importance of state support, public broadcasters face several challenges today. One of the most significant challenges is political pressure. In many countries, including the Czech Republic, there are attempts by political actors to influence public broadcasters to serve their agendas. This pressure can manifest in attempts to change leadership, manipulate content, or threaten funding. Such actions undermine the independence of public broadcasters and erode public trust. Financial constraints also pose a serious challenge. With the rise of digital media, public broadcasters face increased competition for audience attention and also funding. Many are forced to cut budgets, which can impact the quality of programming and limit their ability to provide comprehensive news coverage. Moreover, economic crisis and shifting political priorities can threaten the financial stability of public broadcasters, putting their independence at risk. Furthermore, the rapid evolution of the media landscape presents both opportunities and challenges. The rise of digital platforms and social media has fragmented audiences, making it harder for public broadcasters to reach a broad audience. While these platforms offer new ways to engage with the public, they also present challenges in maintaining the traditional role of public service broadcasting in a more competitive environment. In conclusion, public broadcasters play an essential role in safeguarding freedom from speech, and media independence, as exemplified by the experience of the Czech Republic. They rely on state support to maintain their independence and fulfill their public service mandate effectively. However, they face significant challenges, including political pressure, financial constraints, and the evolving media landscape. Addressing these challenges is crucial to ensuring that public broadcasters can continue to serve as pillars of democracy, providing accurate information and fostering informed public debate. Thank you for your attention.
Дякуємо дуже.
Thank you very much. This speech show the solidarity with others. We have Soren Herbst here, head of the multi-level U-Lead program. Please, your floor.
Thank you very much for having me. And first of all, please excuse my a little bit casual outfit. I just arrived in Kyiv and my luggage was lost in Poland, so that's everything I have. Yes, I'm indeed Sören Herbst and I'm working for U-Lead with Europe. U-Lead with Europe is a multi-donor funded initiative, mainly funded by the European Union and its member states, Germany, Poland, Denmark, and Slovenia. And at U-Lead with Europe, everything is about supporting the local level. So we are supporting your government in further rolling out and finalizing the decentralization reform, one of the most popular and successful reforms in Ukraine. And while we are speaking, we are conducting trainings for mayors, starostas, city councillors, and so on, everyone on the local level, to support them in taking on the new responsibilities given by decentralization reform. And I think that this decentralized approach pretty much mirrors also and fits very well to the work of Suspilne. Because Suspilne is, let's say, mirroring this decentralization. We have seen the map before, we have seen the hubs, we have learned about your hyperlocal journalist network, and this is very, very important, and it's key for Ukraine's success, further democratization, and at the end also victory and joining the European Union. When we look at the challenges of war, we see that Ukrainian Hromadas have been quite successful, even in the beginning of the war, of the big war, in countering the Russian attacks. And they have been so successful in doing so because they had the new rights given by decentralization reform. No one waited for orders from Kiev. And it is very important to mirror this decentralization and this strengthening, further strengthening the local level by strong public local media. And that's what Suspilne is doing. And that's why it fits perfectly together. And that's why U-Lead with Europe decided to support Suspilne by funding further possibilities to increase the network of the hyperlocal journalists of Suspilne to further oblasts of Ukraine. And what they are doing there is a very, very important work because unfortunately in the war we see very dramatically that the hostilities, the casualties, the horrors of war take place in Hromadas, but also the news, the stories, the lives of the people, the transporting the stories of the people and also making high quality media content which is reliable and trusted by the majority of the people takes place and has to take place on the local level. And that's why I can only congratulate you. I mean, there have been so many congratulations already again, but it's true. The work of Suspilne is remarkable. It's a showcase window of the best what Ukraine has to offer. I think if Suspilne would not exist today, it would have needed to be founded very quickly. Yes, so I cannot understand discussions to cut here and there. No, the financing, and this also has been said before today, must be stable, must be reliable, because the significance of public broadcasting, will not diminish, it will increase, because there's so much hate out there, there's so much disinformation. Artificial intelligence will play a crucial role in disinforming in the future. I'm coming from Eastern Germany. Just yesterday we had elections in 2 German federal states, in Thüringen and Sachsen, where 50% pro-Putin party have been elected, and now they are trying to make a responsible government, and I hope they will do, but not with the pro-Putin parties, of course. Yes, they try to circumvent, but if they gain 50% of the votes, then you have to do something with them. Yeah, and those are exactly the same people who fight public broadcasting in Germany. They call it liar media. They try to cut it. They try to make fake stories. So that's the upcoming threat. And basically what Russia is doing to your country is exactly the same story. I mean, it's far more horrible, of course, yeah, but that's the front. That's why Suspilne is also fighting on this front line, and that's why Suspilne will also be part of this just victory Ukraine will achieve.
Дуже дякуємо, пане Гербст.
Thank you, Mr. Herbst. And also to all participants, and by the power of the moderator, I hereby open microphone by giving floor to Irina Herashenko, MP of Ukraine, who is present here, and who probably has something to add to this discussion. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Not just the power of the moderator. Ms. Klimpush-Cesadze was supposed to participate in this panel, but she's now at international detached service travel. She was allowed out of the country. Thank you very much for the discussion, first of all. It's very, very important and topical. Second, we can represent various branches of power, first and the fourth, but we all must think about preservation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And in this context, I, as all present here, see that democracy makes Ukraine more stronger than autocracy, so we must build democracy. Thank you, colleagues, who already emphasized that in the context of acquiring by the Ukraine of the candidacy status for EU, new key cluster fundamentals, the basics, is being opened. I'm thankful to our European partners who emphasize that pluralism of opinions and freedom of speech is very important. And let's be open, our American partners, European partners, are mostly focused on this military help to Ukraine, how to protect our security. And publicly they are lenient about other things, giving non-public signals instead. But these non-public signals must be heard for it to be effective. The authorities need to hear them, and we need to focus on doing this home task by strengthening Ukrainian democracy, not weakening it. That's very important. Now remarks about what I've heard here. I'm a great proponent of the monitoring detector media. I read it all the time. Thank you for this monitoring. This is not opposition, it's detector media. Shows that Marathon never invited opposition parties. Imagine, European Solidarity is the second biggest party in the parliament. It was never invited to the Marathon. We are very thankful to Suspilne, that is different from the Marathon, and they invite pro-governmental parties and Holos and Green, but it's quite far to balance now. You need to work on this, and gender balance. Gender balance is one thing to be worked on. We see that most commenters are men, especially on serious topics like peaceful process, negotiations, war. No women comment on this. It's very unjust, and Suspilne needs to show more balanced gender composition of speakers and experts on these issues. Believe me, Ukrainian women have worthy experts to speak. Then, devastating privatization, and I'm very proud that our team stopped the UT1, this channel, the first channel of the state. It's good. Now we see new channels created, governmental channels. It's not the right way to do. Today I was working as a mother too.
Like Evgenia Kravchuk, I'm really annoyed how much Russian language around Ukrainian schools. Everything starts from the family, and we together as politicians, as public actors, must do our best that laws are both implemented, not just approved, that Ukrainian language gains more popularity, including day-to-day life. European Association of Broadcasters are present here. We have a tragic story when Ukraine disappears from European and global headlines. Only when someone gets badly injured, then Ukraine is back to global news. I think this is not good. I believe the parliament and the media must do their best that Ukraine is visible until the victory, and this is a responsibility of the MPs as well as the media, that everybody would see the consequences of this barbarism and genocide. The important laws. We approved the important law in the context of the wartime when we have strengthened the responsibility for the media for disclosure of some government secrets and other security-related things. And now the media is suppressed by the law. It's a military censorship, and I support it, unlike political censorship. This is important. Yet there are other examples when there are politicians in the majority who say whatever they want, and they are never held liable. I believe this is also important, and this is our joint responsibility. Since the law is the same for everyone, we could imagine what would be for the media if they would allow the same policy for themselves. There was a statement of remuneration for the National Council. I believe it's important to have proper remuneration for the independence, and yet Rada channel, parliamentary channel, the acting director has the salary thrice as large as member of parliament, and this does not help him to be independent, because on Rada channel for 2.5 years only the majority is highlighted, no other political party. Our proposal for lawmaking is as follows. In the budget process for next year, taking into account the disaster in the support of the armed forces, this year we lack 500 billion. We shall propose that all of the salaries are limited with the higher limit of the military on the front line, which is 100,000 hryvnia. And also there is a budget process, and now we enter it. The budgetary committee has just ended, where they reviewed the amendments to the budget for 2024 for an important reason. There is no cash to support the armed forces, and the amendment that maybe we can take away the money from Marathon and move to the armed forces. It was not approved, not supported. I support the joint idea. It was shared by many people in this room. The idea of Svetlana, actually, that for the next year there won't be any marathon. Indeed, we need to finance the public broadcaster. This is our legislative commitment. The channel who have private investors must look for money elsewhere, in the same way as Ukrainian business is looking for money to fight for the viewers, compete for them, and so on. And the last comment, which is very important, the freedom of expression is not just limited to public broadcast. It's a comprehensive matter, regardless of which chair is occupied in the government or the opposition, not to change the viewpoint. It's easier for me to say this because we held the reform of Suspilne as a team. I was never involved in political censorship, never gave any instructions to state-owned TV channels. Therefore, I'm happy that with Mr. Yurshishin, jointly we have responded to censorship, as this was stated by journalists in Ukrinform. And we made our request as MPs. What is the response of the General Prosecutor Office and National Police? What we we received just formal responses. They did not notice any censorship. What other evidence is needed that the government has influence on it? We have also complained to the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. I don't know whether Yaroslav did the same with a request that the Parliament of Ukraine, for the first time, with its Rada TV channel, gave a listing to their private channel, Kino Hit, during the war, increased the budget 3 times of the Rada channel, and it's not about Parliament. Yet we received formal response from the National Agency of Corruption Prevention, yet I believe our joint European integration, fighting for democracy, is fighting for the principles. This is a fighting of what the armed forces is fighting for, and they defend European, civilized Ukraine. In our face, you can also see a friend of public broadcasting and defender of it, and also criticism in those cases when we believe that it can improve, it can strengthen the independence of public broadcaster. Please visit us regularly. Please attend. Yes, sometimes I deny, but I am not an MP who comments everything. When I'm invited to those topics where I am not an expert, I say, could you please invite someone else? Maybe the expert, maybe a male or female expert who has better knowledge. Yes, indeed, we are careful as we work with the experts. We are about to complete the panel, and yet I give the floor to Inna Sovsun, the Member of Parliament of Ukraine. Inna Sovsun. I suspect everybody is ready for coffee, therefore I will say briefly, because I understand the tension and so on. I would like to say 2 things, which are brief. I will wear different hats in my different capacities. First, in the Parliament, I'm in the Energy Committee. In the Energy Committee, not only, as Yaroslav said before, they're looking forward whether the Supervisory Board of Ukrenergo follows the decision of the headquarters about the recommendation to fire, to dismiss the CEO of Ukrenergo. It's a good test whether that Supervisory Board works at all, whether we are not in the situation when the only Supervisory Board in Ukraine which actually works is the one of Suspilne. I would like to thank the entire management of Suspilne, Supervisory Board of it, including Svetlana, for keeping their level high. Not every Supervisory Board coped with it. Sometimes a good idea that everything is given to Supervisory Board and that they will decide has failed. I believe that this is a result of quite many efforts, also internal strength of the people who have sustained against the pressure, because there was the pressure 100%. Therefore, they deserve for applause and further support. And my second matter, I will speak as a mother and university professor, because in the presentation of Svetlana, there was about the plan for the future and also having the task to preserve the level of trust and confidence. And this is of paramount importance. Also, I would like ourselves to discuss the increase of the number of people who consume the products of Suspilne, because actually, the consumption of this product is like consumption of broccoli, because you know it's useful. Maybe you like it or dislike, yet you understand that it's better than fast food. That's for physical health, it's for mental health, and for intellectual development. As a mother, I made a lot of mistakes as I raised my son, and yet I'm proud by a few things. I taught him how to eat broccoli. My kid eats broccoli, and he surprises everybody else when he is offered different things. He says, well, I would like some broccoli. Half a year ago, I decided to repeat this experiment. This is also a standalone problem. Olga somewhere, we spoke with her a lot, what news are consumed by Ukrainian teenagers and youth, adolescents and youth. I started with my son. We have an agreement that he must read at least one piece of news on Suspilne website once a day, just to be informed. What I am scared is to what extent a young generation is not interested about the politics, and if they are, what are the sources of this information? And this is a disaster, as I can see from my son and his peers, the same I can see from my students, even in the good universities. This is indeed scary. And And I would like ourselves to think how to involve, how to attract the new audience, because just telling among those who are already supporting it's good, of course, it's comfortable inside the bubble, and yet the elections come. And the situation is different because finally one people, one vote, and this is the same principle in Ukrainian constitution. Therefore, I would like ourselves to think how to expand this audience. And now there are lots of discussions of whether it's worthwhile to prohibit Telegram or it is not, even in the government agents, as I say, that maybe at some point they need to regulate and so on. I like this advice. Let us, before we take a decision whether we prohibit or we don't prohibit, show a good example. And all the public persons, also the politicians, stop publishing news, stop appearing there, and will show their position. Because it happens that about Telegram, we say, well, we have to do something about it, maybe we need to reduce the presence, and then all of the politicians are on Telegram. About Suspilne, say, well, we support Suspilne, this is European integration, we all support. And then the guest managers say, well, whom to invite from servants of people, because everybody refuses to show up on the air. This must not happen. If it's a priority, all of the government agencies must be present. They are not on Telegram. Statements are good, but they must be checked by practice. This is what I call people to do, including Mikita, not personally to you, but please convey to the wider circle of politicians. If you believe there is a threat in Telegram, we must not be there. If you believe that our European integration process connected to Suspilne, we must be there. This statement must be disseminated, not just to proclaim, but also to practice what is proclaimed. As the next panel will be about a different thing, I have a short statement. It's a mistaken idea about Telegram because the train has left. We lost our time. If you have 70% of the Telegram on the garbage tray, you cannot change anything with your personal example. There is an example of Estonia. Estonia already we have a benchmark. I spoke to colleagues from Estonian parliament. Now they have a problem. Following the example of the United States, they took a decision. They left those networks which they believed to be risky because they don't have such fear as we have. I'm answering professionally. There is no politics in what I say. What happened? Those garbage trays remain the same, and the citizens have remained there because the scale of the problem was less. Because Estonia is a worldwide champion, as everybody knows, about information security, media awareness, even better than Finland. Both countries are in the first place in terms of information hygiene. It's not for us to tell them what to do when Estonians say they have a problem. Because it's not for us to say. Because in the information sense means that we never wash our hands, not before the meals, neither after, just to face the truth. And again, as I can insist once again, we lost that moment when 70% of the population are on the garbage bin. It's too late for us to change anything, and yet we cannot say that we must leave. I'm not there, and yet it's not bad that at least there. I don't know if you are there or any one of the colleagues, but it's not bad that, for example, there are some good MPs. Just normal people who do not work as fake newsmakers or any government agencies. And there is no other option, because leaving it means that to leave the public alone. which will never follow our example. This was checked by a country which is a champion on their media awareness and information security. The public do not leave. They keep using it. It means that we shall leave people alone. If we nicely leave that place, then people will face information psychological operation channels, anonymous information psychological operation, corrupt, and so on. Therefore, my proposal, how to develop the new law, in terms of the best proposals of Mykola Knieżycki, I had the same hard, tough position. I don't see any solution except for blocking. Full, complete. And that's it. Once again, this disease, by its scope, is comparable to Odnoklassniki and VKontakte. If we do nothing to Telegram, we don't understand why don't we return Odnoklassniki, Yandex, VKontakte. Those are convenient platforms, aren't they? Convenient services. What is the problem? Why did we prohibit this and still use that? Why nobody is quoting this? Because it was also good. Piracy. Shall we steal the American products? We keep doing it on Telegram. Everybody steals. The colleagues from US, maybe they don't finally realize, because this is worldwide piracy bay.
So every country which use Telegram signs itself as piracy, I don't know, country, state. This is what is happening. Тобто все піратство там.
All of the piracy is there. Music is stolen, movies are stolen, books are stolen, everything stolen. Stolen. Freshly stolen. The same in VKontakte. And shall we return VKontakte? A convenience of Telegram that you can take stolen things for free. And also you can find out about missiles. So what do we tolerate? As you are not there, I'm not there, it will not stop being the garbage bin and the pirate bay, pirate heaven. This was an important statement. The next panel is not about it, and yet if we speak about the challenges for freedom of expression, by the way, any social network, so-called, which is full of anonymous accounts, is a direct threat to the freedom of expression. And the Telegram is a threat to a public broadcaster. Telegram is a threat to any broadcaster, the private or public, which works with verified information. Also, there are colleagues from the United States. Even former Twitter, which is now X, is another threat, because there is zero moderation and a lot of anonymous accounts. What anonymous accounts have to do with freedom of expression? If the citizen of the United States, whose name is XYZ12345667, writes something, some lies of any candidate, of any president of the United States, and this is circulated 2 million reposts on X. Is it interference with elections? Can we actually sue that citizen, XYZ? Can we sue them for disinformation? Of course we cannot. Then there is freedom of expression, which always included responsibility. Because if I say something about someone, myself or Ina or anyone of the participants, people can sue him. But how can one sue the anonymous account? What happens on X with your channels, those are just flowers, not the fruits, compared to what happens on Telegram on the anonymous channels. What they write about the people, how they defame them, and so on. Can we sue anyone? No, we cannot. Shall we tolerate the hate speech, lies, defamations, destructions, people's lives, names, reputations? Shall we keep tolerating? All of us. Shall we all tolerate? In Ukraine, Europe, United States.
Are we really not supposed to do something with it? Shall we just keep watching how anonymous social media ruin democracies all around the world, ruin countries, ruin societies? I think it's time to act now in all countries that want to preserve their freedom, human rights and democracy. Thank you. We agree with you, but it was not the topic today, but thank you for this comment. Thank you everyone who participated in this panel. Now it's coffee break, but we have to organize some event on the cesspools, garbage cans, as you said. Well, dear colleagues, dear members of parliament, dear representatives of regulator, and of course, dear representatives of the multi-year donors of the Suspilne, we continue. We have the second panel. I'm Mr. Halkin, and I moderate this panel. The name is Cinema Industry and Production of Large Forms and how full-scale war influenced the market of the documentary content. Small preamble on my part. I have a feeling, as it was said at the previous panel, that the full-scale invention is, of course, a large existential threat for us. But at the same time, it is a test for our resilience, test of our ability, and test of our capability to effectively work under this unprecedented crisis. And speaking about the documentaries about cinema production, in these 2.5 years while the full-scale invasion lasts, we can say that Suspilne started to be more proactive as a broadcaster, and striking results what we've done, being guided by our mission, by our abilities, capabilities, and our experience, because the first type of content that was already mentioned in the previous content, which I'm glad to hear, is a documentary that is called Collapse: How Ukrainians Overcame the Empire of Evil. Produced in cooperation with ESA Production House. It happened before the full-scale invasion, when we started to work on our capabilities for art contests and starting to thread the way to cooperation on production of such large-scale works. Until the last time, you had an opportunity to see how on the stage of production the project Budapest, a mine under independence, was supported on the highest level, including by the the ambassador of Ukraine in USA, and also Yevgenia Kravchuk, Olga Chivakova were part of this as a series of the project. The Large Russian Lie was demonstrated in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And today, as a coincidence, I can announce a great news. Now it's away from NDA, I can speak about it now. The film, produced in cooperation with Taras Tonenko and Ilenko, Sentimental Travel of Parajanov, will be presented at Warsaw Festival Class UA. It's the first time when the film by Suspilne will be presented at the Festival Clonsois, and I'm glad to share my joy of this today. When we are speaking about cinema production, obviously we are also speaking, and first of all, we are speaking about the industry with which we try to work in unison, deepening our cooperation and supporting each other. And today there is a Kino Festival, one of the oldest in the world, festivals of the Large Five, which presents 2 Ukrainian films. And the professional community voices concerns that offer to be glad about this fact, but still they say maybe it's kind of a miracle considering the situation, because cinema production requires multi-year support, systematic support. It's about the cycle of production, about lack of interruptions. So we cannot omit the issues of Suspilne and interaction that deepened. I am glad that Yevgenia Kravchuk mentioned that we launched our first co-production call. These are first steps that we intend to do, even stronger being integrated into the industry. But to have systemic capacity building together with the filmmaking industry, film production industry, to create critical mass, quality and quantity-wise, this requires a long-term strategy and long-term efforts. This is a preamble about what we are going to talk today on this panel. And first of all, I want to give floor to Alexander Kornienko, first vice of the head of the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Please, Alexander, your floor. Good evening. Maybe any question you want me to address specifically? You wanted to give your feedback. Yes, of course, feedback. Thank you for invitation. I'm just a user of documentaries, you see. I'm not a professional maker of them. I'm more about Suspilne and our vision as a state with Suspilne. And probably it's the second year I visit this conference, and from the representatives of the government, of the heads of the parliament, they expect answers. Will there be financing, such global issues, large issues? They want us to answer that, and we always say that we will fight for financing of Suspilne because it's an important component of democracy in the country. However, it's the third year of the full-scale war and invasion. We should consider this too. But at least we need to fight, at least not to deteriorate the situation. And during the year, some events happen, like this year. It's a positive event, I think. I don't know what's your evaluation, but I'm not sure it's useful for one marathon when Suspilne broke away. I think marathon lost for it, for detachment of Suspilne. But what you voiced and what you're speaking about, it's an important element also. And things can happen during the year, hopefully positive things. If the production of Suspilne will gain some awards, then media consumption, if there is some label on a film like an award winner, it becomes immediately more attractive for viewers and they want to watch it. So it's probably important for advancing the whole industry, I think. Thank you for this comment. It's not just a label of award winning. Yes, it increases the interest of our audience, but still, we should not consider it as our participation in the events that are quite niche. No, it's just an example of mass marketing. Yeah, how to motivate. Let's say how to motivate people to watch Ukrainian documentaries. It's one of the ways, of course. When I was preparing for this panel, I thought, what are my impressions as a viewer for what is happening on this sphere? And my thought was, when I was 7 or 8 years old, wow, that's long ago, 1991, Independence Day, there were many documentaries then. They, of course, used the capabilities of the Soviet era, but they tried to tackle new topics, forgotten pages of independence, things that we didn't know before. Why? Because the new country was created, and people wanted to know the history of that country, except the Soviet Union propaganda. What kind of heroes did we have? What kind of politicians did we have? How was it built? So, in the last 2.5 years, the demand in the society is the same. We are being reborn, and we want to learn about our history too. So now we have the Soviet version plus post-Soviet version, and now we want. Let's thank them for that, but we want what really happened then. The Renaissance, Ukrainian Renaissance. What was this executed renaissance, as we call it. People want to know about it in detail. You gave me the examples of these films, but if this film would be published before the war, I don't think people would be so interested, because this invasion stimulated the interest to our history and to documentaries. So it turned out that we fought with Russia for 30 years for independence, against the dependence on Russia, against this Soviet worldview. So this is a window of opportunities, not only external, which is thought and mentioned by everyone, which is also important, of course. We are the country that has a lot of unfortunately tragic events, but also heroic, but also interesting for the world. So I had a rich experience when I was visiting European shows and other international sites during the demonstrations of films. I see interest not only to the military heroism, tragic topics, but also to other processes that went hand in hand. How the new nation is being born into the world, affirms itself into the world. So the first version is the topic that is interesting for everyone. How is education there, for example? So, but one more thing is great potential, which it's not yet exhausted. The internal demand, the internal advancement of these topics as an important component of. I apologize for this bit in terms, words of patriotic upbringing, right? I know that there is some process in education. I don't know on which stage it is. We have a memorandum. So I would want to see transit from memoranda to action and to start really doing something. Of course, gathering children in class and showing a film is not very effective. But there could be some format for the interested ones, through discussion clubs, through information field, maybe for children who are interested in history specifically. And we of course see the YouTube industry, TikTok industry, which is a separate micro nano documentaries, I would say. Various historical studies, historical information. So I think it's the part that needs to be not missed, not forgotten. And speaking about financing further, it's not just discussion of financing of the Suspilne. We have question, what does Suspilne do? Does it do anything at all if we finance it? Documentaries is one of the examples how it is very useful for their society. Very advantageous. So we need to focus on this too. That in the condition where if we even have a decision of Council of National Security and Defense to invite Suspilne for counter-propaganda and for truthful information. The state acknowledges Suspilne as a hub to create products. It must be, of course, verified and checked and audited, because the standards are should not be cargo cult, but it's something to serve as a benchmark, because member of Association of Broadcasters, etc. So in this part, on the crossover of topics of financing and developing documentaries, it's a good crossover. of topics, and we need to promote integration of these topics more. We should bet on it. Thank you for this comment, and thank you for saying that we are on initial stages, but we are very motivated to develop our cooperation with the Ministry of Education. Indeed, this goes hand in hand with this topic of systemic empowerment and capacity building, because on the previous panel a lot of attention was drawn to verified information from the transparent broadcaster. Speaking about historical content, we should understand that certain broadcasters undertake responsibility for the content that is being produced. It could be a qualitative difference from the user-generated content that we see a lot. The only thing we should think additionally to extend the scope, to extend the topics. We don't want to see this only in history sphere, closed only in history scale, because this is the entry point, of course. There is demand for it, so there is a temptation just to do just that, to do 50 historical films, for example. But I think youth and active consumer, of which we have a lot of, because the demographics is such, because the active consumers up to 30 years, we will have a lot of them. Even if physically they are not in Ukraine, they will still watch and listen Ukrainian content. This consumer, this audience, has many interesting topics, has many topics that are interesting for them. So, not just history, but also something modern. For example, how the world is set up, how the culture functioning. We have a huge crisis of technical education and STEM education. Many people talk about this, only lazy ones don't, in fact. So there could be educational function here to fill in this gap. We of course cannot just command the producers to do this and that, but at least we could motivate them to emphasize these directions. Through the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Education could give some feedback. It might not be not just sorry if we haven't done anything. They should say, it's not really, but a very rough example. Make a film about Ukrainian physicists, for example. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work, right? So, while the society is interested in it, while there is interest, there is demand, we can meet it. But getting back to broader framework, summarizing everything, now it's good time for the documentaries, for Suspilne. And of course it needs, the state itself, the government itself needs to move to support this systematic movement. But in the context of the public broadcaster, it's one of the things that they can do to overcome several bad comments about Suspilne, about having outdated, old, etc. Things. Several series of 40 minutes could be, in fact, very promotional point. But because you ask it, you feel it is like this. I must emphasize, historical content is not everything we do. But speaking about documentaries, the thematic emphasis was made here. But a large amount of content, documentary content that we produce, includes history of counteraction to Russian disinformation, to soldiers on the front lines, on how we defend against the full-scale invasion for 2.5 years. All this is, of course, there. And I wouldn't say that we want just to limit ourselves to that genre. And if I see your demand for it, your support for this, hopefully next year we could use other opportunities.
Микола Княжицький, народний депутат, голова підкомітету з питань культурної політики Комітету Верховної Ради України з питань гуманітарної та інформаційної політики. Бачу, пане Миколо, радий вітати, чи чути мене?
I'm happy to see Mr. Mikola. Can you hear you well? I would like to discuss with you the practical component. It's not by chance that in the beginning I spoke of the pitching system, which has now developed on the production pitchings, which gained reputation. On Suspilne, a few people will discuss any doubts. They can speak during the open microphone. Our pitching system gained reputation as transparent, credible system, which also gives high-quality results. Actually, if you speak of movie production, the main source of funding is the state agency for cinematography. Even staying delicate, it would be fair to say that it now experiences a deep crisis of both reputation and trust from the movie-making community. Also, there is a story of pitching of Suspilne, which has proven the trust of movie community, movie makers community, which, judging from the last pitching, is not always enjoyed by the state agency for cinematography. What would you say about the prospects of strategic strengthening of Suspilne as a source of support of cinematography, putting the capacity of this broadcaster on a new level as an instrument of the only agency that will coexist with movie-making industry, supporting its development. As we look into cinematography structure as we laid down in 2014, as we amended the legislation, of course there is a state agency for cinematography, which gained good reputation. In 2019, we made 50 feature movies, and Suspilne just began to develop. It has developed before, but of course, at that time it was only possible to dream about the stage it has developed to now. I would like to thank the management of Suspilne for this. Yet there have been other ways of financing which were based on the objectives that we have. The purpose of the state cinematography agency to support the most talented works by competition. Regardless of what those works have been about, of course, we all were interested that it becomes part of Ukrainian culture, and yet the movie is both movie making is part of business and culture and must be open. Therefore, pitching was carrying out just to support the best moving. There was a war, yet before the full-scale war, full-scale invasion. However, as we speak about what they call the movies required by the society. There was a special program in the culture ministry for the same quantity of money, which was in the state movie agency, which supported the national programs. There were different attitudes, and some people have criticized, including myself. Yet in the modern conditions, such a program would be useful. And therefore, when we now observe the needs of Ukrainian society now, those are three parts. One part is satisfaction of the internal needs of Ukrainians. And those needs are on the rise of cultural of self-identification. As you can see that we can full theaters and a lot of books sold, and Ukrainian movies collects a lot of viewers, including documentaries. Of course, the movie of Mieczysław Chornowol about Mariupol, it was world famous, and it was wonderfully made with support of Associated Press. Yet the last movie about Yaremchuk collected even more money. And that movie was not made. It was made with support of State Agency of Cinematography, not by Suspilne, and yet it can be shown on Suspilne. And I went to see it in the movie theater, and the movie theater was full. It demonstrates great interest. There is another category of movies. The first one I have quoted before by Mr. Chernov, who tells the world what is happening in Ukraine about Mariupol. This is important for us because just yesterday Russia is doing counter propaganda and we are weak to counter it. In the networks there were a lot of messages that in Kharkiv, as Palace of Sport was ruined by airstrike, including New Post and ATB supermarket, just fighters of Azov. And this was written by people on X, paid for by Russia. As I say, well, did they kill the servicemen of Azov? And nobody spoke that civilians were killed. It's important to convey this information through the evidence and also through their art, because their movies are also a source of information. Therefore, it's important to support Suspilne as a public institution. Also, the feature movies must be supported. Fiction movies must be supported. We know have now lots of new directors, talented ones, and also documentaries must be supported. And the moral status of the society inside the country is of paramount importance. This correlates with the moral condition of the army, the willingness of people to defend their homeland, to counter the disinformation which Russia directs on our territory. And another aspect is support of the movies which go to the West, and there are different ones. In addition to Chernov movie, there is another one about Donetsk Shakhtar soccer team, about sports, which has received Emmy. And a lot of people applauded Muli and his important piece of work. He did also his Paramount, but this was Ukrainian director who received Emmy, and this movie was about Ukrainian life. In State Agency for Cinematography, we can see a failure in the statehood approach of state comprehensive policy to support the movies which are important, which are of value, that would promote Ukraine abroad, telling what is happening in reality. In Suspilne, it's different. There are lots of positive examples. In addition to the shows and serial movies made by different directors and authors, I appreciate the scriptwriter, the initiator Alexander Zinchenko. Those movies, which were made by Ponomaryov about Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian art, the series of movies of Miroslav Ibarchuk, Yuri Makarov, all of them look different, and yet they're important. And they're important for Ukrainian society. Indeed, they're different because some of them are more cinematographic, and we can say those movies were made for grant, European funds, or maybe American ones. And I face a sign because as I participated in production of one of the movies called 10 Years of the War, and it was presented in different movie theaters, which summarizes the last 10 years. Also with the help of Americans, that movie was made with support of Internews and USAID. And in the same way, the European money is looked for the society. It's a Suspilne is looking for European money in the same way. I didn't quote quite many people. I apologize for that. Of course, Vavilon 13 is doing a lot, and their movies, and quite many other directors like the movie they're building from pieces. It was just behind the Russian movie about Navalny, which was made by CNN, about a lot of movies about Ukrainian life during the war, which tells the world about it. I would divide what is happening into three, and also there is commercial part. The movies, the shows made by commercial media, commercial channels, which also needed. And I believe there must be the state policy to support all of those directions. First of all, the fiction movie on open pitchings to support talented people, also feature movies and documentaries to represent Ukraine abroad, to be the instrument for counter-propaganda against Russian lies. Wonderful documentaries made by Suspilne for the domestic and external market. Suspilne is an institute which could receive such additional money via the Ministry of Culture from the state, if it is possible, because it has a experience of transparent pitching. According to the moderator, the there were some complaints how they made it in the agency for cinematography. There were no complaints about Suspilne, which could do a lot of such work. And also it could absorb co-production, which is now successfully doing. And the movies produced made by TV channels, also series. There were lots of complaints. I was against that type of uncompetitive financing of some poorly made serial movies made by Ukrainian TV, commercial one, and yet they were different among them. If to have a more detailed approach, we can look at the sphere and also support them, because support of the culture is very important. As far as Suspilne is concerned, the fiction movies, fiction series from Ukrainian classics are important for Ukrainian society. It's for Suspilne. Worldwide, such movies and also serial movies and also fiction movies is made by the public broadcaster. This is a task of the society, and it requires money. And we should consider such an opportunity and to find the opportunity to finance Suspilne as there are other mechanism of financing to support other producers that who would do that. Some people will say firearms are more important than movies. They are. It's important than the museum of the famine of 1933, yet unless there are movies, unless there are museums, and Russian propaganda, Russian values, absence of such values. And Russian lies will take over, and then there won't be any money, won't be Western money. I would like to convey this to domestic politicians, and I would like to say that in our humanitarian committee, we quoted Evgeny Kravchuk, Mikita Paturai will also speak, representatives of Irina Konstantkevich as well, and quite many other people, representatives of different political forces. We are all working as one for Ukrainian culture. I would like the same unity for the sake of values, in spite of different political views, would be at the level of Ukrainian politicians. Thank you for such important statements. It's important what we have heard from you. I mean the statements that the Suspilne has the right and has the ability to support national movie production at the level of State Agency for Cinematography, because we can say that the results are quite important, including including the reputational ones, of the reputational level, not just the reputational level, that also was upgraded substantially up to the high level. I would like to correct Mr. Mykola. Yaremchuk movie was not supported by a State Agency for Cinematography. It was supported by USAID, like many projects of Suspilne. And I would like to thank all of our donors who are present here: NHK, USAID, Internews, European Union, and quite many other donors, because actually what we discuss is the vast majority, 90% of movies we have mentioned, have been implemented for the donor funding. And of course, I fully agree with Mykola that we have the ambition of going into the feature production of movies. It requires several years of financing in a stable way of the production process to create feature movies, fiction movies. As of today, we don't have any regulation of the use of budget money for this purpose, and therefore we can only rely on the support of donors, whom we are grateful for the results we can now introduce. With us, we expect leader of the project of Czech TV, Ivana Pererova.
Hello, Ivana. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. It's great to having you online. Yeah, hello, hello. Yeah, the pleasure is mine. We're going to practical aspect of our, developing our co-production possibilities. And for now, we're launching some possibilities inside Ukraine, and I hope we can go abroad. And I just want to ask you to share your experience, since you work in close connection between the broadcaster and independent filmmakers. And actually, I'd like to ask you, how is this beneficial for the strategic development of the whole market?
Very broad question, but what I can say is when I was thinking about answer to your question that you sent, that maybe it's important to first describe how we cooperate with independent producers. That means through the different associations and groups of professionals. Either they are really registered associations, as for example, scriptwriters or producers, or they are kind of self-named group of professionals when it comes to editors or camera persons. We really try to meet with them on regular basis and to discuss mutual needs when it comes to production that is mutual. But on the side of producers, they are the ones who are to, so to say, produce the films or series, the things that we agree upon, and that then we come to the place to, let's say, describe the way how we establish these relations with independent producers and filmmakers. And it is through different stages and ways of co-production. That means through co-productions and pre-sales, or independent director comes into the building, so to say, and is contracted to work for us as in-house. And this is, I believe, what you do as well. But when it comes to elevate this on the international level or the results of our work, then we really need to work on international network level. And as we met in Prague some 2 years ago, this was, for example, part of it. That means that independent producers and independent filmmakers connected to a public broadcaster, either commissioning editors or creative producers, are one team. They are connected on a particular project, either series or film, and they are together as one team, and then they can travel and, let's say, promote and search for another producers, another international partners for the project. If I would describe it directly to what we work on, for example, if we have a production company here in Czech Republic, we work with them on a particular project. We agree upon that this is a film that should be screened in the cinemas. Then we go together, for example, and apply for ITFA together, or we travel to the markets all around. So this is, in general, something that I think is quite, how to say, applicable in any country, in any situation. And as you were mentioning already 2 years ago, that you are becoming, especially now, that you are more and more open to collaborate with independent producers and independent filmmakers. I think that steps as such can bring you more international attention in terms of like a real filmmaking. Of course, most of the films that are on the market, so to say, at the moment, considering the documentary productions, are connected somehow to war and war stories. But like Ukrainian history and Ukrainian stories are even much more than that, as you were talking as well. So I'm thinking that this is the moment that should be definitely used to interconnect with the world and the international market as much as possible, in order to continue in a great scale with all the potential used in a proper way for after the war and on and on.
Thank you. And just to be clear, when you mentioned the pre-sales or co-production strategy with independent producers, you are like giving them possibilities to have new fundings because they become more credible with funding of Czech television. So it's new possibilities for them and new opportunities on international level.
Yes, but we are observing that we are also getting credibility through them. We are on the same level partners. They are bringing their know-how. They are often bringing the new partners. They tend to find throughout the networking, or they apply for the state fund of cinematography, and in case that they accept support. Then they are bringing it as their own in kind or their own production part into the co-production. So it, of course, when it comes to series, it's more complicated, let's say, and these things are also throughout the time are changing because, for example, our state fund of cinematography is undertaking the reconstruction of the polls, of the way of functioning now as we are speaking, and it will last up until 2025 May. And this will bring some new things, new issues, because TV productions will become part of eligible production for poll and taking part in the polls. So this is another chapter, another topic, but definitely independent producer is really independent and having their own co-production part, bringing it into the co-production with Czech televisions.
Thank you. And you've mentioned possibilities for Ukrainian content, and I just want to ask you about your tips, some vision, how Ukrainian content, on your point of view, could performing better on the level of European market?
I think that some voices are already there in the field, in the documentary field. So we could see and hear beautiful films being developed within, for example, Generation Ukraine for Arte. And I myself was as part of some panels and gatherings with independent Ukrainian documentary filmmakers. For example, in Krakow Film Festival last year, or One World Film Festival in Prague this year, 2024, Leipzig Film Festival, then ITFA, etc. So I think that these tendencies and gatherings are happening already, that people are more and more are connected in small independent companies, cooperate via and throughout the whole Europe. So this is something that we can really observe also within Institute of Documentary Film, networking events based in Prague. I could see, for example, in past 2.5 years, at least 3 to 5 dozens, like up to 50 different productions happening, like the Ukrainian documentaries are being prepared, developed, and they are in different stages of development and production. And by matching with the proper independent production company, so to say, in the West, they are becoming part of the, let's say, documentary infrastructure throughout the whole Europe. So this is something that is already happening, and what I'm thinking is that next step what will happen is that you will become more and more open, and then you'll already have a properly developed films to present to you. So you will then, for you, it will be easy to put your funds and to choose out of the things that are already very well developed. And if to offer you some inspiration, maybe you can just go to web pages of Institute for Documentary Film and just go through the Ukrainian project that we already had the last year or the previous year, or they are in the workshop of this year, or even in Czech television, we have at least 6 productions with the Ukrainian stories. These things are just really inevitably are happening, and what should be done, I'm not too much on the practical side of filmmaking to say on broader management level, but what should be done in general is to be more open and closer into cooperation with the filmmakers themselves.
I'm really grateful that you highlighted it, because it's, you know, it's something about there is no unique recipe and it's not rocket science. We just should be more integrated. We just should support independent filmmakers and not hoping for some miracles to happen, because there is structure, there is ecosystem, and there is importance of continuous presence of Ukrainians here, Ukrainian filmmakers, Ukrainian broadcasters, and just going step by step. Because when you mention this great generation Ukraine Arte project, there is something that happened till few years. It's not something that coming out of blue. So thank you. It's very valuable points from your side, because you know you're very ahead from us in developing this strategy and structure. But I hope we will can talk as partners so soon. And it was nice to see you online.
Thank you. We were mentioning it when we saw each other in Prague. If you remember, we were thinking about so far what we can do best is to take in Ukrainian story and become co-producer or producer. This is what is happening. But on the level of the television, from the point of view where we are really, where I am in production of the films or series, I can say that on the level of archives and exchange of, let's say, mentorship or supervision in order to avoid propaganda and see things as they are. This is somewhere where, like, in the editorial level, we can already very closely cooperate.
Of course. It's, I guess, it's importance of commissioner's part in this, in this work. So thank you one more time. It was great to see you, and I hope to see you in Prague, maybe on the next One World Festival. It was fascinating.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, and thank you for having Czech television on board for the conference.
Thank you for supporting us. Мені здається, це дуже важливо.
I think these theses are very important, because in reality there is no big secret that we need to invent or uncover. The way that we are already on with our project and with launching the co-production part of our activities is a logical integration. It was very correctly said in the beginning that in which period the public broadcaster launched, and how young we are as broadcaster, and how Miss Power was said about the experience in Prague in 1982. We discussed that the largest crisis of Czech television was 20 years ago. It was a story about people protecting the public broadcaster. The people didn't allow to become it governmental. 20 years ago, we didn't exist, and now we are forced, with our seven-year-old history of existence, we need to make great efforts to work as equals. But still, we need to enter the developed infrastructure that has its rules. And these rules, everyone who participates in festivals and international events know that there is certain paradox that we need to work with. And I want to talk to you, Julia Sienkiewicz, producer, co-founder of Ukrainian Kino Academy NGO. We have 2 points here. Foreign partners want more content from Ukraine, but not content about war. That's what they say. And we often hear this from, like Ivana mentioned, Generation Ukraine. And we had a meeting at the platform DocuDays with the heads of these projects and Stone Arte. It was very telling. One of the representatives of Artes showed the mobile phone and he said, as a we need to compete with news if you show war documentaries. That's the problem. So this situation is where it's very hard to answer simply. From your experience of producer and culture manager, is there any understandable way out, or is there just a question of gradual integration in the system? Really, I was very surprised when they said that. Like, there is demand for Ukrainian content, but not about war, because demand for war stories grew since large-scale invasion. It was there even before that. But I will say what I said then. Our Ukrainian cinema goes on the steps, on the way of American cinema. This is an advantage and disadvantage both. Blessing and a curse, because this is what is different from our cinema from others in topics, but also traps it. For many years, probably they will expect Ukraine to be connected with war, because romantic comedies, Ukrainian style, will be surprising. It's like, the war is your thing. Why are you omitting it? Where's your national, historical period? How can you film romantic comedies without war on the background? But of course there are festivals or platforms that broadcast the content, because there was a point when people were tired. People were tired, they didn't want war, they wanted something else. Because often the stories were repeated. The stories were basically more or less the same. Methods of showing were the same. But 2023 changed everything, especially in documentaries. It was a new wave, new boom of production of films that were happening in spite of the state, not with the state, with state support or something. In reality, we could use this opportunity much more effectively that came together with this great ordeal of war. If we had very clear, understandable partner on the Ukrainian side that could offer, as peers from the Ukrainian side, to offer stories, formats of cooperation, etc. Because Project Generation Ukraine, specifically it emerged, and ideologically it's the Art France, Art Germany. Why not have it in Ukrainian format? It could easily be there, because we have capacity, we have talents, we have experience, etc. So, the demand for stories related to war is still ongoing. It didn't go anywhere. The question is about good storytelling for normal audience and for politicians, those who are not related to cinema. Sometimes they watch a film and they say, Ukraine is shown not in a patriotic or positive way, or not quite positive. They showed our dark side, but you see, documentaries is the truth that needs to be shown in the format of a film with author's vision to be persuasive and to remain forever in the history of cinema, for example, and to be influential on the foreign audiences. Thank you. It's very interesting to compare these two levels of experience. It's very good that you mentioned now that there is no lowering of interest to war films, because when I communicate with representatives of commercial broadcasters on the markets, they think about the audience and they're very pragmatic and rational, but this pragmatic approach requires counter approaches from our side. And here the question is, why is Project Generation Ukraine, why is it good to have Ukrainian Institute to integrate it? Why did we initiate it? It's a great way to small and large screens when the films go through its logical evolution. When there is festival distribution, speaking about documentaries, then theater distribution, cinema distribution, and then we see about premieres at European events. You say that we lacked partners. Considering that we unblocked our production facilities, could Suspilne be such a reliable partner? Yes, of course. It's a different experience because I base on experience, cooperation and communication with festival platforms, with cinema markets that are mostly focused on art house, authors' films. And the channels of distribution could be supervised cinema programs, and I hear from them that they see what they seek, what they want, and I listen to this to develop critical thinking in their audience. And for this, they need content. Of course, entertainment or commercial platforms might have, I assume, different content with Ukraine. Like we have great animation, very inexpensive, and often our studios produce content not related to war. It's there. But speaking about our face, our selling point, where we could be strong player, I think the topic of war for a long time we'll have to live with it. It's surprising that Suspilne is not still the institution like that that I mentioned at the beginning. Because listening to pitching and looking at the packages of European documentaries, we have approved public broadcaster, which is co-producer, producer, or co-financial institution. Many formats they can help with it. So it's important for Suspilne to become the same partner, because sometimes you need to move forward a cinema project, and co-producer from foreign countries, they ask what your television can contribute. The only people who can answer that is Suspilne. But there are a lot of bureaucratic obstacles, legislative obstacles, and other challenges. So it's logical that Suspilne could become such. And I'm glad that Suspilne extends to the co-production support of the documentaries. And I hope that the stability will continue in the future, because indeed this is a long-lasting process. And on the foreign market, the issue of trust, of confidence and democratic procedures, transparency of decision-making are the definitive factors. So you need to be very serious about this if you are within this process. Thank you for this remark. Thank you very much for supporting our co-production movements, because it's logical. This is what they're focused on, supporting Ukrainian projects that will then having national money on board, and promotion from Suspilne broadcaster. They could later obtain fundraising from European partners. But it's also an issue of systemic presence and systemic capabilities that we could engage from ourselves and provide to the market, because all this is long-lasting investment. It cannot be done too fast, because they need to be noticed, go through development, visit various sites in Europe. And it in fact opens, on behalf, from the point of view of values, it opens way for Ukrainian projects that promote Ukrainian voice, Ukrainian narratives that could be considerably stronger as art, like documentaries or maybe feature films. Oleg Sherbina, producer and our good partner. With you, I want to talk about specific cases. We already mentioned here that Suspilne would be great to have this develop not only foreign capabilities but also national Ukrainian capabilities. We work on this, and we see that our results. We speaking on the first school day. We have something to boast. We can offer good results on this internal national market, but I don't want to leave this through-cutting issue of systematic approach, which I try to emphasize, using the window opportunities that we have now, when people all around the world and people inside Ukraine are very interested about Ukrainian narratives. Could we use it? And in this specific case, we can give two projects. Could be two projects. First, the Endless Novel, but by Romanenko. Romanenko is a great producer, and we share this great producer. And the second one is the Starvation of the Chronicler. This film is very different. The first one is feature film, the second one is a documentary. But still, the basis is the same narrative. Destruction of Ukrainians, destruction of Ukrainian culture, and not just rewriting Soviet culture, but creating our own separate narrative. How can it look from Ukrainian optics without the influence of colonial narratives in the story? Both of these cases are successful, each in their own way. One as a cinema film that brings profit, the second is serious. And it's also, both of them are successful because of the high demand for national product. Using your practice and experience, what do you think? What is necessary to stabilize this demand, to make it a systematic trend, so that we don't have to talk about rollback risks, for example? Thank you. Yes, indeed, this is the same topic, the same narrative. One was uncovering real history of Ukraine and cancellation of imperial lies, imperial narratives. It's now the 17th day since the film is in the cinemas. We will extend the date, and with the promotion of the Ministry of Education, they help us with this. I would like to talk about one more important thing now, about promotion of these films for foreign audiences. We decided that we will try, on the example of the House of Words feature film, to bring this,
to convey such products to the Western audience, starting from the English-speaking one. Right now, we are making English dubbing of the documentary. It will be recorded in London, and then it will be finalized here with participation of Taras Tomenko. And by the end of October, beginning of November, we would like to show this movie in the universities of US and UK. The main idea is to convey to the Western public the understanding that what is happening now in Ukraine is not by chance, and this is not a new problem. That destruction of Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian people is a systemic activity of Russians. and the Second World War. And the occupation of Central Europe became possible because Ukraine lost its independence in 2018, 2020, in 1918, 1921 of the past century. The support of Ukraine is a support of Western values, liberties, and life. We would like to make it via documentary, and the second step is English-speaking dubbing of the feature movie, of the fiction movie. We filed the nomination to the Oscar committee. We expect the results on the 9th of September. If we are selected, this will be helpful because this will help us to work easier with Western public and to collect financing for this purpose. First of all, we would like to make 2 movies, and then this will be followed by German and French language versions in order to work with European audience. And later on, as we develop all that experience, having understood how in reality that mechanism might work or might not work, we are planning to move to the next movies, including The Famine, which, as I believe, is the first episode of and is a must to be shown in European universities, especially for those students who study diplomacy and political science. Also, we have Malevich and also deportation of 1944, and all those topics which are of great importance. They will not go wider via the festivals because the festivals operate with more socially important modern topics, plus the movies which were created a few years ago, and we shall find the way to the Western viewer via dubbing, why Suspilne can be useful. Maybe you can develop the mechanism of development of dubbing in another language. The actors are needed who are native speakers of languages via the network of European TV channels. For their fiction movies, that can be difficult, and yet for documentaries with voiceover, this is fully realistic. This would remove the first problem, the first step which we need to make in order to access the markets. And the second part is the matter of promotion of such movies in a good way. We need the news agency, not the Ukrainian Institute working with culture, but rather the news agency that will work with Western and international partners that are important for Ukraine, including Asia, because we cannot do it by far on our own. Suspilne can occupy in that chain its role, especially when there is dubbing of documentaries and placing them on public broadcasters of other countries, so will become much easier. Thank you for good advice. Indeed, you have run ahead of my next question that will I organically place into your statements. You say this experience can generate success, or maybe it does not generate a success. What do you think? Conventionally speaking, on the way on this way, the obstacles are dumping and promotion. When we say that on the basis of those 2 cases, we speak of the national dramas, which first of all are grounded on our material. To your opinion, are they universal to such an extent that they can be proposed to the Western audience? And what is necessary that this interest would emerge? The interest does exist physically. The entire audience is engaged. As you discussed before, that in the West they would not like to see movies about the movies. That's true. And the festivals would like to watch about the movies, about the war. You mean, not about cinematography? Yes, about the war. In festivals, they watch about the war, and this is visible by how they select the programs. They watch about the war. Also, it's an important audience because this is well-educated audience. This is the elite, those who take the decisions. Yet, not the elite votes. Those who vote, like in Thuringia, as yesterday they voted 30% for ultra-rightist. Therefore, we need to knock the doors of the wider audience. This way can be successful or not. Concerning the documentaries, the English-speaking version can be prepared, that's for sure. We are tuned to that. We would like to make the show since the beginning of November by connecting to this date when they have shot in Sandarmoch 1,100 people. Maybe 5th of November in the US, there is elections, there can be some shifts. Anyway, we shall do it via the universities. We shall do our best that those movies can be conveyed slowly also to those people who will make decisions. A more important and more difficult case is the promotion of fiction movies because the price of dubbing is higher, the price of putting on screens is not possible. Some promotion campaign is needed to put it on the market, and this is a great piece of work. When there are pretenders for Oscar in Ukraine, this is a serious size that we can develop. And also showing for Ukrainian public abroad in Canada, it was very successful. It will be in the US, and also there will be demonstrations throughout Europe, and as a system it's quite difficult. And the mechanisms of financing are necessary, also lobbyism mechanism, and those mechanisms must include political resources and also cinema industry resources. And I believe that also media or public resources, including BBC in Lithuania, they have a very nice public broadcaster that people trust and love. In Germany, the public broadcaster is very reputable. Actually, we can cooperate in it, and yet we need to make the first step, and we began to do it, and we shall see how it moves. Thank you for the insight. Of course, I would like to draw the attention on focusing on the international story. My question was different. Why I'm raising this question? Why is that important? Because indeed, the 17th week of showing in the movie theaters is a great success. Even if this is not a true scheme, 100%, if we look into the cycles, 14th, 15th, we also had some rise, now roll back. Now we have some rise in 2022. Maybe in this sense, music is more sensitive, and yet with the colleagues, we focus a lot of attention on the top platforms like Spotify, Apple Music. Again, there are Russian tracks there, and they are appearing actively. By the way, on the Detector Media Antonini, there was wonderful discussion why young people prefer Russian music. It's not about music. Yet some alarming signal. I hope everybody mistakes. To your opinion, do you share such fears, and how to make that interest stable? I don't know, by content method. What's about Ukrainian patriotic movie? A bit discredited word. Yes, it's the right one. Historical movie. It has a number of difficulties. The first difficulty is that the state support financially is 25 million hryvnia, not more, in order to make the historical movie with decorations and the accessories and the costumes. And also one has to work with the experts because it's a hot topic and it causes quite a lot of questions. of which year this jacket comes from. At least 50 is needed, 50 plus 25 million. When everybody donates for the front line, it's nearly impossible. Making the movie historically, we put ourselves into the discreditation of the topic. That's the first topic. And the second problem is the stereotypes that exist in the distributors and movie makers, which till now are confident that the comedy works well, historical movies are not as good. And now we make this case of the building made from pieces. It will be easier for other people and not for us, because some people say believe it happened by chance, just occasional. A state agency for cinematography gives 150,000 hryvnia, and yet making the posters will take the same. If you spend for production, and yet the expenses are high. Historical movies don't create such big expenditures, so you start making the loss. In the America, they help funding the dubbing of documentaries and everything else we fund ourselves. It's a comprehensive reason. Interest to Ukrainian movies. Yaremchuk is a good case, because people would like to see about, watch about themselves and be proud of it. And people need reasons to be proud of. They would not like to consume some poor quality movies, and they would not like to suffer. And people would like to see about themselves and be proud. And there won't be such movies anymore. State movies have not been working for 3 years, and therefore, in any way, we shall have a pause. Via documentary, we can have it supported. Yet documentary will not replace the fiction movies. Thank you for such statements. Actually, it's a confirmation. I understand your words that anyway, some consumption habits are necessary, that people can come in a stable fashion to the movie theater or switch on the platform of Suspilne or any other platform and observe this high-quality native Ukrainian content. And in such a way they form and maintain the demand. I believe that in such a sense, what you have mentioned about insufficient amount of financing of state agency for cinematography, I believe co-financing will be advantageous for the industry, even if it becomes possible to finance post-production for the Suspilne. This will reduce the risk. You will receive the results that you have funded by State Agency for Cinematography, and also this is more difficult. Individual or joint production, any form of financing and any form of support from Suspilne is useful and desirable 100%. Volodymyr Borodyansky, head of the media group Starlight Media in 2018, Minister for Culture and Sports in 2020, and also founder of the project The War of Words. You're welcome, Volodymyr. I would like to discuss, we are coming organically to this topic about the crossings of producing census and stable production model. Due to your experience and the views as a practitioner, what do you see as the most mutually beneficial configuration of partnerships in Ukrainian market? And what do you think, first of all, which of them can be directed at fixing the value vector of Ukrainian audience, and which ones should be focused on the Western market? Shall we start with the numbers? I like the numbers. I looked into the budget programs before our meeting, and there is head of the committee present, first vice speaker. How much money in the market? 5.5 billion hryvnia commercial money. Advertising, admission fee, and other income of TV channels. And 3 billion hryvnia is public money. So in the market, 1.5 billion hryvnia. That's quite a lot. The country at war. Usually on TV, and that's net of the state agency for cinematography, also net of quite many other things. We can add 700, 800 million. Yet we look specifically into television, as I say, media content. In the TV business, there is a principle that about 50 to 60% must be spent out of the budget, this budget. 50 to 60% must be spent for content production. This is a well-established practice or the benchmark, as I say, in the business environment. If we take 80% or more, I can tell you why, we shall receive 117 million US dollars per year. In Ukraine, there is cash for production of content, must be. And where they are. And here there is devil in detail. Because it does not match our income. We have a very inefficient structure of the market, of the media market. It's inefficient. We have quite many channels. We have state-owned multiplex. We have freedom of public broadcaster with 3 channels. With all respect, I am supporter of public broadcasting. Yet this is not efficient. Yet shall we forget of commercial broadcasters, 5.5, and we still have 3 billion. If I were the finance minister, please tell them, and Mr. Ermolich as well, I would say that we shall finance you if 70% of the expenses are spent to produce content. What does it mean? The publicly important content, that most probably we shall have to reduce some channels, close some public government-owned channels. Why is that important? If you look into the market, we look from the perspective of cash. Shall we review from the perspective of the audience? So we are the bubble. We like documentary movies. 500,000 people in the country, 1 million out of 30. Shall we look via the viewer on those expenses at what we produce? With Andrew, we work on it. We have underserved groups of the society, and I believe that overserved. If we divide ourselves by age, 50 plus, 40 plus even, and below 40 plus from the perspective of the news content, I believe is overserved. I don't speak of quality. It's about just timing, dividing timing by people. From the point of the entertainment content, we are underserved. From the perspective of the audience below 40 or even below 17, which is worse. Just uncultivated field. Maybe we don't see it. We have plus minus good, some co-production, yet it doesn't work like this. Extraordinary situation requires extraordinary action. Where are those actions? I have checked one thing. I was getting angry. And now this is followed by criticism. I went to the Freedom Channel, which is supposed to reflect, to promote our narratives to the West. And I look how many people looked at the speech of Mr. Zelensky in the United Nations 11 months ago. That was a wonderful speech. A lot of resistance of Russia. I will quote the numbers. This is what I found. You can also make the same search. On the Freedom Channel, it's the largest number, 36,000 people. On Suspilne, 1.5 million. On Rain Channel, 1,910,000. On Channel 24, it's a small Ukrainian channel from Lviv, 229,000. It's YouTube. This is like 10 minutes of analysis. Maybe
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not complete. Maybe this assumption is wrong. We could check it. But we cannot afford to spend so much money to not create content for all this strata of Ukrainian population. There is a guy called Vyacheslav Chernov. Or people like this who win by extraordinary effort, blood and sweat. But without Suspilne, без Alexander, without changing the paradigm, Suspilne also needs to change. We need to stop watching your ratings on your on the channel itself, but start tracking the rating of the content in different groups of population. Watch which content is popular. We cannot afford to exist in these old paradigms. And if Misha Fedorev would be the head of the Ministry of Culture, he was able to produce 1 million drones, right? But here, we need money to produce one film, right? We get it here. We have here the head of the committee, right? Vice Speaker of the Parliament. A lot of MPs here too. And we together come and say that we cannot fix this damn thing? Are you serious? I am overfilled with anger, really. Every day people die to give us opportunity to do something, and we cannot do anything. I assigned this person who failed. Okay, it's my mistake, right? I admit, but we need to fix it. We could fix this mistake. Why are we not fixing it? And later we'll start criticizing our army. The army made a failed move to Kursk. Well, are you even serious? Our task is much simpler, and we still fail. So, let's fix these basic things. Let's change the rules of the game. Let's stop the old game and start playing a new game. Because without that, nothing will come out. There were elements of success. As Mr. Markov said, you cannot be an unknown artist from unknown country. So, it's not possible to create good content for the West without creating it inside the country. It's mentally impossible. There could be exceptions, just one or two successful projects, but generally no. So this is my take on it. Thank you. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you for this exhaustive answer and for admitting your mistake. It's important to hear for many of those who are present. A small remark about the content of this for this younger audience. Understandable. We have resources and we try to develop at least some beginnings that were started for this young kids, teenagers, collider. And these are first steps, but we should mention that we are doing something here. Mykola Chernotitsky, head of the board of Suspilne. Could you maybe respond to Volodymyr's... no? Okay. He's not using microphone. We need to change paradigm. Suspilne is a complicated institution. and the pencil. Specifically about the money of Suspilne, we finally approached the stage where, without extra emotions, but we need to mention that Suspilne broadcaster, public broadcaster, never in history received the money it was supposed to receive according to the law. So nonetheless, you agree with the thesis that for us, the crisis becomes the zone of growth and the zone of non-typical, non-standard moves. And also, we need to mention something that we mentioned several times about many years of our cooperation and very effective cooperation with our dear donors. What do you think? What the results are the main outcomes of this cooperation? And which results are most systemic, most influential? And what things we cannot achieve without stable financing based on the law, only with donors' money? With your permission, I'll make a step back. Just say I want to support this thesis. And it's not just about Suspilne, public broadcaster, but for everyone. Unfortunately, we don't have industrial committees here. Industrial committee for radio collapsed. Industrial committee for television not working. Everyone tries to measure each other's popularity by ratings, but it's important to measure general consumption, because television lost its first position even in news. The consumption changed, and we need to view it more. I agree with Volodymyr. How much our content generates consumption on various platforms. Because recently, it's Volodymyr's favorite project, European leaders. Well, we have unity, but we also have financial responsibility. But the topic of the Olympics was cross-cutting through radio culture to the telegram of the newsfeed. So everywhere it was cross-cutting issue. We extended this topic, we provided it on all platforms. It's a great example how we create the second favorite project, Eurovision. That's my favorite one. We produced it in Liverpool. The topic of Eurovision was everywhere. Everyone knew about it. So general discussion could be about Olympics, should we leave it or as is, but to something cross-cutting, it was first systematic approach. That's why I give this example. And I wanted more content of Suspilne to be present on all platforms, on friendly platforms and on friendly distribution channels. Maximal content, because for me two things are important: confidence and impact. That are created, not ratings. Unfortunately, rating system is in the past, and some people continue peddling it. They say, where are your ratings? I think it's wrong approach. Returning to what you asked. In this time, many institutions in Ukraine did many things that I wouldn't be able to imagine to do in peaceful times. To move to Khreshchatyk 26. It's a complicated story. It's complicated. You know, we have office with head count of 1,500, and we moved it from one office to another, all this huge staff. And it was done within a month in Kiev. A systematic work with donors and larger institutionalization of the company. That's what we did. Unbelievable for peaceful times. System of pitchings Thank God we didn't have scandals, that's true. There could be scandals in the future. We are not insured against that. No one is guaranteed against that. But I guarantee, while we all are here, we will try to respond to problems and analyze the problems. And it's important. And these complicated times, we have to do more and more transit from heroic deeds to system. Heroic deed is good thing, but heroic deed can be done only once or twice. Otherwise, we need to transit to systematic approach. We need constant work instead of heroic acts. And forgive me for repeating myself, my favorite Eurovision problem, we have a rule. Never repeat your mistakes. Never repeat your mistakes. So, every time, usually we make new mistakes, I admit. But still, we will exhaust the pool of mistakes and we will be better for it. So, we want to build a system that would work without need of heroic deeds. And stable financing will help us in this, of course. We can talk about money a lot, about our needs, etc. But I understand that it's war. And the numbers is 0.2 from real budget. We cannot ignore military expenses. We leave only non-military. And it's still underwhelming. But still, my colleague said that our lag behind of median of the market is 50%, which affects their normal work, normal function of the news, for example. So if we want to engage, you can engage new talents and talents can bring impact. But if you don't have means to give to this talent for them to physically exist, you will never attract these talents. So you rely on heroics, not systematic approach, if you don't have that. So hopefully we'll find some balance between to preserve some systematic work in the company. It's very pragmatic topic and we want to step away from it from time to time. But when we are talking about the systematic results that the society expects from us, we need to understand what are the conditions that we achieve it. Of course, the culture of heroics is not system, yes, but let's talk about visionaries. Forget about money. Let's say, let's assume all financing went through on top level, both budget and foreign donors secured. Forget about money. What would be most ambitious targets for 3 or 4 years for the future? Campaign, the company. The company is not a leader of documentaries, but we have successful examples of feature films from comedies to drama. So, if in 4 years we start some kind of project equal in cultural impact to Doctor Who, that would be fantastic. And we should think about distribution by other means. I don't know. Maybe we could engage person who for 17 years was the administrator, the leader, the manager of the Google Ukraine. We service people, groups of population that are underserviced. That would be great. I would want to see a modern program with a high level of confidence, which is part of our strategy as written. That would not culture of heroics, but have culture of Ordnung, the order. So, I would like it to work. And I want to stop using things that we are not specialized in, like receiving pencils that we discussed before. I wanted to step away from that. Thank you. And in the end, Mikita Paturaev, MP, head of the Committee of Humanitarian Information Policy. Last but not least, as they say in English, Mikito, with you I would like to summarize our fruitful discussion. On one hand, we were talking about continuity, stability. On the other hand, about accumulation of critical mass of narratives. But still, in the end, I want to summarize that what was said in the first panel about informational hygiene, when we are transiting to discussing documentary content or feature film content, it could be different level of toxicity or non-toxicity and responsibility. And it also could use principles of the broadcaster as institution, as Mykola said. So, what do you think? This content that could, on a high level, counteract Russian disinformation and at the same time to accumulate a lot of fans of high quality Ukrainian product. Is there sufficient of this content in the media space? And considering that we make deep the cooperation of the public market, Suspilne market, what are the steps that could be taken to make this content more numerous and better known? I will start for the speech. The speech will be short from the conclusion, and the conclusion will be short. What did the discussion show? We can collect together in a fast way, and based on the comments that were sounded in this panel, we can write a quick plan, very understandable plan, quite simple solutions, really. And this will afford to cardinally change the situation with production of Ukrainian content, both by Suspilne and for Suspilne. And also, one thing more that became understandable is that the good news is we all know what to do, right? And the second news is that it will be after the elections for sure. So, what was said here, we need to write down, not to forget it later. And when there is a political movement to change the configuration, then we can implement this. We will have something in a calm manner, you know? Because there are certain architectural peculiarities of the system that now works politically. I don't see how we can change them currently. We can of course demand from it to rebuild in this segment at least, but we shouldn't really touch it, I think, because it will distract. Because it can affect the political and could start political turmoil. Until the victory, it should probably stay as it is, because it's too dangerous to touch it later. Maybe we should change it. This is my conclusion that I made for myself, and I'll start with it. Now, about the goals, what are we talking about? In reality, as we all know, any wrong strategy, or unsuccessful strategy rather, in its root it always has one mistake: too many goals. If the strategy has more than one or two goals, it's wrong, it's failed, not focused enough. 3 goals, almost for certain wrong, on the edge. But what are we interested in? Content for Ukraine or content for foreign viewers? What is more interesting for us? It doesn't devalue what Oleg does, of course, something for foreign viewers, right? I don't have answer to this question. I just ask you. If you think I'm the smartest person here, and I can just rank, this is better, do this. The numbers voiced by Vladimir Borodyansky, it's nice. We can realize it only after elections, not now. But even so, the number of financing 0.2. We cannot increase it. But if we make it 117 million, yeah, 117 is good. Worse than 170, but still. I don't see there anything but Ukraine. I don't even think it's sufficient for Ukraine, but it's definitely not sufficient for foreign viewers. So let's not pretend that we don't see problems, that our youth uses Russian content through TikTok. Let's not. So what do you suggest? Not
We can, of course, close TikTok. And you know what? TikTok, which Americans want to close because they steal personal data of US citizens, has, according to experts, has currently the most advanced algorithm. You can fine-tune a bubble on TikTok in such a way that it will be not make a zombie out of you with a porridge instead of brains, but instead a rationally thinking person, and also refer you to interesting resources, including scientific information, some analytics, actually analytical data. And this is the only network like this. And nobody else can do it except for TikTok. And of course, they steal personal data in order to, which will be used by Chinese Communist Party. Everything has a side effect. I don't know whether we need to take care if our personal data is possessed by TikTok. In Telegram, I know for sure. And actually coming back, level of media literacy, the children are there. Maybe senior ones can do it, older ones, elder ones, but still kids are there. But what will you do to make the parental control? It doesn't work. Statistically, we know. Nobody installs parental control. And the children become viral there. Well, I'm so old. I was quite mature when the social media have emerged. And we know how young people become crazy. Now they play animals, and this everywhere. Dozens of millions of people. Do I blame it? Of course not. Everything which is not bad for health directly must be allowed. Let them play. But we don't have to be surprised. Why do they sing Russian songs once again? Those are memes. So it becomes meme and it gets sticky. Then we need to develop our own memes, and we don't know what becomes meme. Which the name of what became a meme? Ukraine has a talent, and this was a meme. That's fine. We all are specialists. That it was produced by STB, and 5 to 10 years will pass. Nobody will remember that it was produced by STB, but what they will remember. Who knows what will be produced by BBC? I didn't ask you, did I? Doctor Who. Everybody knows the product. Everybody knows who is doing it. In a sense that, yes, they look into products, and we need powerful brands. We need the brand as a powerful one, NSTU, if I know how to do it. No, I don't. We need products of NSTU, the ones which will become memes, that will become viral, because Chernigiv branch made a documentary in 2022, and they had millions of reviews on YouTube within the first month. And you know, a million is how many people? We are all experts. This is for the elections 2014. 1 million voters was 5% of the population of Ukraine. 5%. It means that in 2022, the movie which was watched by 1 million of viewers, I believe those are Ukrainians, because it's a Ukrainian language movie. No Russians probably watched. That's 1 million Ukrainians. The population, we understand, is not 5%. This is like 7 to 8%. Who can imagine? This is the audience share. I'm not confusing anything. This is audience share. While those are direct reviews, it has to do with the rating. Both. And who can boast such results? It will be explosive. It will be just incredible. Actually, it's an example of successfulness of the product. So we need successful products. We need strong Ukrainian brands. I believe it's a priority task. And yes, we need to promote abroad some of our products, individual ones. I don't know what should it be. Like State Agency for Cinematography or something else. I believe there must be other ways and means. Yet we need to say specifically, to understand specifically, that we shall promote all of our products for abroad. It doesn't work like this, and we won't have the capacity to do it. Our task, as I believe, is to close our own market, to cover our own market, our own media space. We are capable, and this is important. And we can cover it for all groups, that all of the Ukrainians, regardless, would find on that media market, media space, for themselves, would find anchor products that will keep them there. And Suspilne must be an anchor of this anchor system, if we discuss the strategic objective. I'm about to finish. It's obvious that it's not possible to do it with no money. Still, we have a lot of money, and it is used irrationally, and it is divided irrationally through media space, and therefore, in case of the need of 3 billion of Suspilne with minimal request, which provides some development, 2.8 billion. I believe that together with all the colleagues who take care of Suspilne, we can receive 2+ billion, because beyond the limit of 2 billion, if you take minus, this is followed by degradation. maybe not that sharp, not that fast, and yet this is rolled back from what was achieved in the last years. This cannot be allowed because for sure keeping the positions achieved and at least minimal progress forward, taking into account how hard is the situation is for everyone. And I would like to finish with this phrase: Suspilne is also the factor of Ukrainian victory. Thank you for transparent and open discussion of the numbers. As for the content, which gains good ratings and we are proud of, probably we can cycle this discussion because we began from historical documentaries. We have the movie Shadrik Against the Russian World. It gained more than 1 million reviews on YouTube, but it's not the only one. Also generated in my response to Mr. Volodymyr Borodiansky, I mentioned the children's project, and the short forms of it generate millions reviews. It's not only about the content intended for the festival. We speak of the content which is necessary by the wide national audience, and I'm happy that the road in this discussion we passed along with the international needs and also our audience needs. Could you please tell me, we have finished the main part of the discussion, are there any thoughts and ideas in the audience that we would like to share? Thank you for the wonderful discussion. I would like to get involved. Tatiana Nikitina, BBC Media Action. For a long time, we have been cooperating with Suspilne, and actually we worked both in Ukraine and in the Eastern Europe, Central Asia. Our department. Actually, we have worked throughout the world, and I would like to add the regional focus. On one hand, I will speak as a representative of BBC Media Action, on the other hand, as Ukrainian. A few weeks ago, I returned back from Moldova. We also have worked with other countries. In many countries of our region, as well as Central Asia, we have seen the same situation, where we as a country were earlier than those countries. This is the needle of Russian entertainment content, dependence on such content, and unwillingness of the population to refuse from that content. In some countries like Moldova, those are state steps to regulate and to prohibit, and yet dissatisfaction of the population. There are different situations in each country. I will not focus on it. First of all, to some extent, we overcame, and it remains a threat, and the Russian entertainment content prevents the markets from developing. In each individual country, lack money to develop its own entertainment content. Paragraph number 2, Ukraine becomes a regional leader from the perspective of content. Moldova is purchasing Ukrainian content massively. The quality of Ukrainian content, I speak of entertainment content, the quality of Ukrainian entertainment content can replace Russian entertainment content. In different countries of our region, the situation is different, and yet we ourselves lack money. What I'm saying, in the countries of our region, there is a need, requirement for high-quality documentary and, first of all, entertainment content, and in none of them there is an opportunity to create a fully fledged and sufficiently independently. There are some co-productions, and we as Ukraine are viewed, and we were open somewhere due to some tragic circumstances. And I can see here a great opportunity in co-production between the countries of our region. And this can be mutually beneficial for everyone from the perspective of financial rehabilitation of the market, from the perspective of national security. That's two, because replacement of mentally closed content, which is regionally understandable, is an important story. And number 3, from myself as Ukrainians, I can foresee the role of Ukraine as a regional leader to create such content, because the quality is satisfactory. They buy it, and it satisfies this need. I would like to thank for this. Speaking of the region, I would take Central and Eastern Europe together. They have formed, if you speak of production, like leaders like Czech Republic, and there was some attempt of Polish colleagues. I understand for sure that cooperation with those who have greater success, maybe in Western Europe or the countries of Northern Europe or Baltic countries. The budget of public broadcaster of Europe is 7 million euro. This is a true story. Going to Moldova, watching the public broadcaster and remembering what we had in 2013. They are at the same level. They're trying to go away of it. They're experiencing the same as we have experienced. From time to time, we are discussing the things that would be good to do something together. And yet after that, they say we cannot build or we have no money. The same with Armenia, which turned towards Europe, and they really want to learn of the experience, how to preserve independence of broadcasting, and so on. And yet, this requires additional resources when we put inside. We need to focus on something. We cannot be at the same time as making it inside the country, going outside, making for our macro region, and all. So the priority must be put somewhere. Regretfully, I'm not confident that this is all possible within a short period of time. This could be possible in the medium term. Can you hear me well? There is another specificity. I will not like to go deeper. It's a very interesting discussion. Domination of Russians was related directly to language, simply the language. And yet this remains a problem. And actually, the story is as follows. This is our crazy colony, and we as metropoly have a curse. We understand this Russian language as no problem, even those who have never learned it at school. And Russians never understand our language. And this is normal story. They have been colonized by ourselves. No joke, friends. This is historical fact. And this curse will stay with us forever. And in the same manner, we understand the Belarus with no translation, but our language is nearly the same. The same way like the Belarus, also we understand Russians with no problem. And Russians never understand us or Belarus. It's a well-known scientific fact. And we need time for this barrier to grow, that the children are at least English-speaking, and this learn the English language, which suffered long, is necessary at least to operate in the education, that they have the English as first choice rather than Russian. However, as far as our leadership is concerned, it seems to me that Ukraine it began with jokes of the globe of Ukraine, and I really believe into uniqueness of Ukrainian civilization to some extent. Well, culture is okay. To some extent, we are self-sufficient. And I remember as Mykola Kняжицький experimented with purchasing of some services, they never came to Ukraine. Entertainment ones, like cereal. This happened long time ago, but it never goes. So for us, about ourselves, yes, it works. I'm not convinced that it's interesting to Moldovians. And I'm not sure it's interesting what Moldovians have, or Georgians have, or Armenians have. because to some extent we are self-sufficient. Where I can see cooperation, this is the information story. In a wide sense, infotainment in particular, that's possible. Countering the Russians and so on, jointly, who are ready to participate. However, this is empire, but we are not the empire. We don't force anything. Let us live like on Maidan. I will not quote what was written on the barricade. And this is the same, but in other words. Actually, we cannot tell interesting stories, and this is what will happen. As for the leadership, I don't know if this is common for us, like being a regional leader or something. I'm not sure of it. And of course, the cooperation, Mykola has cooperation with all
Mykola has cooperation with all public broadcasters. Let them do successful products. But I wouldn't expect from this any global projects. I can be wrong, But this is a space for TV planning, this project design. Every person here might have different opinion about that and speculations. Svetlana wanted to give feedback. Sorry, if possible, I will be the first. I agree with Tatiana. I also faced this many times, and there are several points here. The first point is they expect leadership from us. We can want it, we can not want it, but it's expected. Second, the position of leader is vacant now. So, we don't have resources. I mentioned it before. We don't have experience, we don't have resources, because Ukraine is not an empire. It has no imperial paradigm. It has no experience of pushing imperial paradigms. But creation of an agency that could include a segment of content to get in cooperation with foreign Western cooperators to create something of leadership, it would be great. Let's make a full stop here. I hate books about leadership. I think books about leadership are written by swindlers. They just want to get extra $10 from clueless people. What is the best way to become a millionaire? Write a book about becoming a millionaire and sell it. This is a personal story. My whole life I live on the principle: those who want to make money will never have money. Those who will want to make a career will never make a career. All my life I live based on the principle: do what you have already started doing on the best level you can, and then you will have both career and money. And if you did it to the maximal extent possible, say to yourself, well done. And now, do it better. That's the way. No other way to live this life. So I don't believe in leadership. I agree with you partly. Maybe we will have to become leaders. I don't know. The time has chose us. That's how the saying goes. But I think we should not be concentrated on this. We need just do our own thing. Do our own thing for ourselves on the best level we can. If this brings us to leadership position, okay. It will be just a bonus. The award found a hero, as the Soviet saying went. But we need just to do our work with the best of our ability. That's it can yield better results than we think. Quick response. At some point, Soviet. At one point in 2019, the minister Radzansky came to us and to Suspilne, and he said, "What if 50% of your budget you could give 25 of this 50% to other producers?" They have even draft law prepared. Is this topic? Is this idea still topical? Is it still feasible? What do you think? Actually, any decentralization works well in Ukraine, I must say. As a person who was dealing with decentralization, who was implementing decentralization, I can say, as an idea on a global level, Volodymyr will remind us about the devil in detail, of course. And again, he will say that in our parliamentary language, because the first wording and the second wording, serious work needs to be done. I think if this law is adopted, something like that, what will this? Then we will have no variance. We will have no criminal threat. But we will create content then. And it's very important for Ukraine. I can hear, Mikita, that all this, to change it cardinally, you need to wait for some processes. We can fix this right now through public broadcaster. We can do it right now. Even though I think we can fix it on principle without waiting for the elections or anything. You pushed me to the thought that we could evaluate with express method who spends how much money for projects and content. Because we have content, because UKF gives money, some don't have money, they cannot give them. We have the military courses, they give away the money. Each ministry can give away the money, some small amount for their own content. So, to avoid giving away 3 times into the same hands, we need to focus money, to concentrate finances that we have. Because in the law we have written, well, they are not about visual content mostly. Why? I'm just saying that it should be something unique, not something others invest into too. It should be important for society or something. In this law, we should write that content for children or something. That for children and youth content, this is highly important content with a coefficient times 3, because it's very important, because Ukrainian is not spoken in schools, because why? When we start clarified, the pre-trial investigation gets to Senya Traktor, which is Russian animation movie series. Or vice versa, we can say that it's opportunity for the Suspilne to form its own program, its own content, because for some reason the system does not produce. All producers came here are interested in literature. No one is interested in sports. So let's order sport content on the open contest. Something like that. But I think during the war it will be hard to implement this. But as a plan for the future, it could work. certain processes can be shown. I agree with Volodymyr. We have written a lot and you have adopted a lot for us. But in general, my deep persuasion is very simple thesis. The more you spend for the content and the less you spend for administrative structure, the more successful you are. That's all the secret of successful media. It's very simple, simplified, but still. Why cannot we fix it during the war? So why cannot we fix it during the war? We must be ineffective during the war. We can tolerate overspending during the war, ineffective spending during the war. Then politically you should explain that this money are not added. But judging by the eyes of Mykola and Svetlana, they will not want to accept this. We are not talking about Mykola or some other individual. It doesn't matter. Then they need to fire staff. They have to fire staff, yes. They do have to fire staff. They have to close offices. We are over time by a significant margin. And at this nice thesis, we need to cut our time. It cannot be made painless. It's normal. But we cannot say they should be cut, but freedom or dawn will not be cut. But we will add the money. Final thesis of Mykola, and we are dispersed. The question of 50% of 25% being industrialized is great, but it should be an ecosystem where everyone has a clear role. State, cinema, public broadcaster, who works how, who does what. Firing staff or not firing staff, it depends on the task that is before the agency in the future. Not just produce content and that's it. I think the task of the public broadcaster is servicing the audiences with relevant values and all. And we have a means of bringing partial budgets to the market, like 25, 27. It's administrative issues, not political. It's important to form an ecosystem of independent producers around Suspilne. I agree. And about certain optimization things should be spoken on Suspilne. Public broadcaster must not be in charge of square meters. They need to produce content. Last year produced 7.5 thousand, now 3,500 in all the country. We can compare. There is a nice table, European Association, ratio of GDP, number of people employed in the broadcaster, and head count of population. It's time to stop now. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for everyone for this discussion.
Колеги, будемо розпочинати наступну нашу зустріч, наступну.
So we shall start our meeting, followed by the discussion. In the year 2024, it's not possible to imagine a different topic for the discussion, which will sound on different sides this year. This is a discussion of the new century of Ukrainian radio. In 2024, 16th of November, for the first time, there was sound of radio here. This year is a nice occasion to summarize the first 100 years and to think of another 100 years, which is ahead of us, what was achieved. And this discussion today is called How the Information on different platforms helps Ukrainians to overcome dark times. From February 2022, I think it's difficult to imagine the reality of fully-fledged invasion with no voices of radio. The radio was here in Ukrainian homes, gadgets, cars, for the previous 100 years of Ukrainian history. Since 2022, quite many families have restored their habit to listen to the radio, and we have the occasion to discuss how those sounds can help all of us to live through the dark times. I will use this opportunity, will quote, who will discuss on the discussion, on this panel discussion, and then we'll introduce each of the panelists, and together on this panel there is Tsylabenko, Vice President of European Broadcasting Association, Jorge, Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister for Culture, Information Policy of Ukraine for European Integration, Irina Konstantinovich, Deputy Head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine for Humanitarian and Information Policy, Head of the Subcommittee for National Cultural Memory, Halina Babi, my colleague, Head of Ukrainian Anchor of Ukrainian Leader, Rovana, General Producer of Digital Platforms of Public Broadcasting. My name is Irina Slavinska. I'm Head of the team of Radio Culture. And coming back to our discussion, in the beginning, I would like to give the floor to Dmytro Khorkin, a member of the board of Suspilne Broadcasting, to discuss radio and war. In the history of Ukrainian radio, this is not the first war, regretfully, and those are not just nice words. This is a true historical fact. And it seems to me that we have things to remember. The first February days of 2022, a lot of drama, a lot of trouble, a lot of anxiety, and yet a lot of radio, and the joy that there are new voices on the radio. And so many listeners wrote messages to us telling us the experience of relocation or evacuation. What they were saying, well, we drove the car and we hear the radio, and we knew while we hear Ukrainian radio, Ukraine is still there. Ukraine was not subdued because the national radio was an important symbol of Ukraine, wasn't is. What do you remember of those days in February? Thank you very much indeed. If you remember, because time passes quickly and we forget of such things. However, in the first days of the big war, when people from Kiev to Lviv could drive for 3 days, and over this time people listened to radio, and this was joint work, great joint work of the entire team, of the Suspilne, of the news people, radio, digital, the correspondent network. This is a responsible time. I never thought that by coming to 100-year anniversary of Ukrainian radio, we shall understand that the radio technology will not lose its importance, its significance will remain important during the times of the war, the emergency situations. And this gained special importance here in Ukraine, and also confirmed without trust of the audience to us, and the feedback that we had from our audience. 16th of November this year will be 100 years of radio. Recently we celebrated 100 years of BBC, followed by Czech radio, radio broadcasting, not the Czech radio itself. And these emphasizes worldwide when our colleagues from European Association celebrate, they underline how important the role of the radio. But the slogan for the century is future centuries of radio. Not only we review the history of 100 years, and we shall tell in such a way that you will be tired from it in a good sense. And also we would like to have a look what will be the future of it. Though it's highly unlikely that in the coming centuries the technology will disappear of transmitting voice over the air. 100% we shall develop new sites, disseminating audio contents, the news contents in the audio format, different genres that will be interesting for our audiences. And I would like to thank the committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, IRINA, included also the cabinet of ministers, has supported that at the level of the Parliament. The cabinet of ministers in the resolutions, it tells of celebrating 100 years anniversary of Ukrainian radio. Maybe for the first time at this conference we shall say what will happen. First, Ukrainian mail will have special stamps to the 100-year anniversary. National Bank will make the coin, issue the coin. Kyivites have voted and we supported the initiative that the square in Prorізna Street will be named after Ukrainian radio. There will be a book, interesting book with archived materials. There will be the movie of Suspilne for 100-year anniversary, and quite many other things. I'm happy that we met this moment without losing the trust of the audience, and all those memories of people from Izium and Kherson and Liman, when our journalists of Suspilne News have shown the reports when the married couple comes out with Ukrainian flag, they meet Ukrainian military, and beforehand there were fights for several days. It was not clear who goes where. It's Russian offense, Ukrainian counter-offense. They said, well, we left because we were told by radio that those are Ukrainians. And those stories are quite numerous. Not speaking of the people who in Irpin, Bucha, Gostomel listen to radio. When we were visited to Krishchatik 26 by people who use the same itinerary that we have discussed during the last evacuation corridor for Mariupol, and the radio remains the only way to convey the information. This is what we would like to preserve and multiply. This is what is the great confidence of the audience towards radio, which is 100 years. There is another topic. It's in the context of 100 years anniversary, and there is additional question to Dmitro, and very soon we shall continue moving forward. As you have discussed, the availability of radio during the temporary occupation, I remember a great study of European Linguistic Association on the topic of radio in the time of crisis, and it discussed, for example, the EU countries on the challenges of climatic floods, fires, and so on. It also, in every country when there is such a trouble, listening to radio is growing because this is a reliable broadcaster. It operates when there is no electricity, no internet, and also maybe this line could be discussed, radio broadcasting as accessible one, which helps people to keep informed. Yes, indeed, during the blackouts it's also important, and Suspilne also informs when something important happens in the country. To share FM frequencies of Ukrainian radio where to listen. During this year, for the first time after the long break which occurred back in 1993, they restored the daily news on Ukrainian radio, and this is important because people can switch on the radio at any time and listen to such presentations, listen to the reports on the radio. And this remains important now during blackouts when we are getting prepared to the winter. Nobody knows how complicated it will be. Our task, main task, is not by a single minute we can stop our broadcasting, and we shall do it. We have discussed a lot with colleagues from the Radio Committee of European Broadcasting Association that there are good things, there are old good terrestrial radio like transmission of FM signal. This can look obsolete, and yet it is important whenever one has to provide for the stability of broadcasting. I would like to give the floor to the colleague from European Broadcasting Association, Tilla Banknum, Director General of Swedish Radio, Vice President of European Broadcasting Association, colleagues from Sweden. Stila has visited Ukraine more than once, spoke to us, the colleagues from Suspilne, broadcasting, public broadcasting. And therefore I have a question to Stila. What are your main lessons learned? What are your main conclusions that you could take from the public broadcasting? What could you also use in your own work?
If you ask me a question, could you please repeat it in English, since there is no translation, and
Oh, it's a
unfortunately my
pity.
Ukraine is not very good. So I've been listening to you very carefully, and the only word I did understand was radio a couple of times.
So, hello. My question was about your experience of being in Ukraine and having discussions with your Ukrainian colleagues about the experience of Ukrainian Suspilne. Maybe there are some lessons learned from the Ukrainian experience you can have in your context working with Swedish radio.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me. And I'm really sorry I couldn't be there with you. It was a little bit too short of a notice. And I also want to congratulate you on having this seminar, since we have our correspondent in Ukraine at the moment. So we know from her reporting that you have really, really tough times. And I'm really sorry about that. It was a very, very interesting experience for us in very many ways. And first of all, I have to say that Suspilne is doing a fantastic job, unless you didn't really understand and know that already. We have been around for 100 years as a radio company, and we are very, very impressed with how they managed to broadcast such qualified journalism despite all that is going on and throughout the war. And we are also very much convinced, more than ever, that access to independent news and information in time of so much misinformation and attempts to influence is, of course, more and more important. And Suspilne is a very big guarantor for that. And of course, it's also very, very important. And I don't know who's actually listening today in where you are, but it is really important to understand that to cover a war is, of course, very strenuous, and that Suspilne really need to have the possibility to work as a free and independent media company. We have done a joint project since 2017, Swedish Radio and Suspilne together, to create really true and independent media body within Ukraine. And I think that's more important than ever. And actually, Mikola was in Sweden visiting us, and we had a seminar together in Sweden. And our chief of command, who is the highest person within the military, he also said very clearly on the same panel how important it is for Sweden and also for Ukraine to really, really protect a free and independent media outlet, because otherwise people wouldn't trust him when he was trying to reach the public. So that is something that was also very, very convincing for me when I was in Ukraine. And I talked to NGOs and others, and I could really get their view on Suspilne's reporting. And they were so, so pleased with the transition that has been made over the last years, and how people today really trust what they are broadcasting, and how important that is to actually reach people with true and trustworthy information. And then, of course, there are so many other impressions. First of all, of course, that there is a population under enormous pressure. And you all know that much better than I do. But of course, if you are a journalist, there's an extra dimension to that, because you put your life in danger to report to other people about what's going on. And we had a lot of discussions on the double trap tactics from the Russians, how a news reporter nowadays can't go to scene immediately because you have to wait because there will be a second bombing and so forth, which of course for a news reporter, I'm a news reporter myself initially, is something that you're not really used to. You are used to really going there when you need to go and report. And for me, as a CEO of a radio broadcaster, we once again got the very, very important impression on the necessity of a radio network, and how unstable it is with internet. Internet is for us everywhere in Sweden, and I think maybe we've been a bit naive. And when you go and look at the country in war, you realize how vulnerable it is. You need electricity. And you know better than me that very many days there is a shortage of electricity or no electricity at all. And that terrestrial broadcasting from a radio company is basically the only way to reach out with information. And that it has saved life in Bucha, for instance, when people couldn't get information from elsewhere, they got their information through the local radio station. And that is something that I bring back to my country because I think we have a naive view on that internet will work all the time and that the mobile phone system will work all the time and people are on their phones constantly in Sweden, and that's not going to work if Sweden will actually also be in a war. And you have to realize that Sweden hasn't been in a war for 200 years. So we have a lot to learn from Ukraine, unfortunately. And we try to pick up the bits and pieces.
Дякую дуже. Нагадаю, що чули ми щойно.
Thank you very much indeed. We listened to Solovenko, the General Director of Swedish Radio, Vice President of European Broadcasting Association.
Participation in our meeting, in our conference. А ми будемо продовжувати далі.
And we shall continue, and we can seamlessly continue this topic of information security and support of citizens during the war. And I would like to invite Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister for Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine for European integration. What can we say on this topic? And the headline of the conference is also about European integration. Therefore, it's a bunch of topics which can be discussed. Yes, we have the bunch of topics, but limited time-wise, therefore we shall be brief. I will start with European integration, as this is part of my position as Deputy Head for European integration, though it's in the beginning of the conference was discussed. And we must repeat that Suspilne is European integration, European standard, and support of independence, influence of public broadcaster is absolutely necessary for Ukraine to integrate with the European Union in the same way as a requirement which the European Union will control all the time. The negotiations start from the chapter Fundamental Rights, which contains freedom of expression. Madam Stefanishina discussed that in her welcoming address. And it ends with the same chapter. What does it mean? Unlike any other chapter, when European Union makes the assessment and makes a check just once. If it says it's fulfilled, then they move to the other topics. The fundamental rights on the topic of freedom of expression, they match the clock 2 times, in the beginning and in the end, meaning that this topic is most important, of highest priority, that we become part of European space, as we are, and also officially a part of the EU. 100 years of radio is a very important date, and it's also positive. The word radio, to me, is very positive. It means that people are happy, and people are joyful. And this word radio is very positive, and I like it. Also, I would like to remember when in the year 2005, people are radiant with radio. We remember the lawmaking experience, the Institute of Media Law, where I was head of it back in 2005. It included, it was one of the future draft laws. It included 2 individual legal entities. One was supposed to be Ukrainian radio, and another one Ukrainian TV. The word Suspilne was like a type in the typology. Ukrainian radio and Ukrainian TV are public broadcasters by nature. Though the name is public and radio did not dissolve itself. And currently I'm confident that it was good unification, that there was new form, more digitalization, united newsrooms, which is an inevitable process of unification, was not that obvious back in 2005. And yet it is obvious right now. And also historically we saw that the TV will kill the theater, and this is not true, or some new forms. The cinema, I mean, will kill the theater or whatever. that people will never go to theater because they go to the movies. And yet the theater remains, and today it's on the rise, and it's not easy to have the tickets. And the radio is on the rise. The radio does not disappear, and it will not disappear in the future. Yes, indeed, they might change the format, and indeed they might change the times of dissemination. The same BBC these days closes a large part of its terrestrial medium wave transmitters because they are quite expensive and they consume a lot of electricity. For UK, they have been quite popular as a way for their domestic audience, and now they shut them down. Things might change.
So some things can change. We have term new media, maybe new radio would be in order. Maybe for people who consume audio information in a different way. In fact, we have this new radio. And probably the last comment before I pass the microphone, but very important comment. In the beginning, we had many examples of people in occupation. It's very important how radio helped them. But radio has also good ability to get through to the occupied territories right now. And this is one of the safest means of consuming information product on the occupied territories from Ukraine, that doesn't leave any traces of it, of consuming it, because it's dangerous, unfortunately, on the occupied territories to read Ukrainian telegram channels, etc. This is one of the advantages of the radio too. Congratulations on the 100 years anniversary again. Thank you very much. By the way, it reminded me about the testimony of Margarita Laznik in Kherson region. Margarita was our voice when Kherson was under temporary occupation. And many of those who are present here know the voice of Margarita. She was anonymous for some time. And verbatim, she was saying the same. Even in checkpoints, if there is a radio receiver, even if they find it, they cannot see that you listen to Ukrainian radio. So you can very safely listen to Ukrainian radio among the occupiers. And now we get to topic of this regional network of broadcasting and radio present on all the territory of Ukraine. We give floor to Irina Kostakevich, is the first deputy of Committee of Verkhovna Rada for Humanitarian Policy, head of subcommittee for national and cultural memory. We can continue the topic of importance of radio, in particular radio as accessible media, accessible in places where no one else broadcasts. Thank you, Ms. Irina. Dear colleagues, I want to thank the organizers for conducting this conference and for ability in this third panel, which is a culmination of it, getting through Ukrainian radio and importance of Ukrainian radio at the time of war, at the time of great ordeal, and talking about the future of Ukrainian radio. I'm a great believer in Ukrainian radio, and for me the trust in Suspilne broadcast formed through trust to Ukrainian radio and to the form and content generated senses by the Ukrainian radio specifically. That's why I think that I'm not the only one. There are many of us, and the ratings that were discussed and quality of content show this all. This all can be scanned, but the conclusion for the 100 year of experience can be very positive, even though the times are hard. And we know that hard times repeated. There were economic hardship, political hardship, but still Ukrainian radio shows dynamic growth. And here I could talk a lot about what specifically, what internal potential drives this. And this potential gives us belief, inspires beliefs that radio has future in the future centuries. I agree with Mr. Taras that of course this will be a different radio. It will be transformed, of course, but the voice must be heard. The voice must be accessible. And it must be accessible, getting back to the topic of where should be accessible. With time we understood. We installed these parameters, set up these parameters, that the prospect must be at least 100 years and maybe more, as we hope. But accessibility on the territory of Ukraine and abroad, speaking about the territory of Ukraine, obviously many people here were present at the committee hearings that were dedicated to Suspilne and specifically to Ukrainian radio. We were saying that unfortunately Ukrainian radio is not heard in many regions of Ukraine for many reasons. We had direct connection with Kherson. It was before the war, 2 years before the war. Sumy, Chernihiv connected to us, Sumy connected to us, and other now near border territories, and we all formulated the unified conclusion that we need to strengthen the signal, that we need to increase the power of our transmitters, that we need investments specifically to this area, because this is national security issue. And with time, when this issue was considered at the Security and National Security Council, it was set up as priority issue of national security. It should be seen further as national security issue too. If we want Ukraine as a state, Ukraine not to have these gaps in the security, first of all we need to formulate this security in the information space. And here Ukrainian radio holds the first position. Speaking about the national content inside Ukraine, speaking about Ukrainians abroad and also want to hear the voice of Ukraine, they are longing for it. Different territory, from the small children who want Ukrainian fairy tales, Ukrainian songs. Also pupils who unfortunately cannot study in Ukraine and study in Germany, in the schools of Germany and Poland and other countries. So these opportunities should be there. And I hope, and I thank Irina for her French voice, French France-based podcast, and I'm waiting. I enjoyed it, and I'm waiting for the next one. I think such discoveries must be more of such discoveries, because in the world there is a great interest to Ukrainian voices, various stories about Ukraine and the phenomenon of Ukraine and Ukrainians. And getting back to the first panel, when there was a thesis about absence of interest to war in some strata of population. As a member of the delegation to the European Parliament, I saw this phenomenon in some circles. Some circles don't want to hear about war in Ukraine, and they separate themselves and their close ones from war. But in society in general, I would say there is a great interest to war, to the big war in Ukraine, and to victory of Ukrainians in this war. So it's possible to take a look at the view of these problems at another angle. I always said that Ukrainian radio has always been generating high quality content, both on the level of content creation and on the level maybe it's regional broadcasting in branches. And I feel sorry that not all oblasts have branches, but I think we only have in 6 or in 8. No, we have branches in all of them, but some branches want to get more. In Volyn we have a lot, I can say. Well, if it's good, it must be everywhere and every time. So Ukrainian high quality product, media product, must be promoted, extended, popularized, and as members of parliament in our committee, this is not a dubious issue. We understand this is true, it must be done, and it's possible only with organizational, financial support, engaging additional funds from the outside budget. So what do I want to wish before 100-year anniversary? Have resilience worthy of 100-year-old institution. And further, of course, I wish you further development, colleagues. Congratulations. And from here, we can tell about a lot of stories, like teasers, because we are talking about the interest to Ukraine, and indeed there were several ways to maintain this interest. And the European Language Association is an important platform for this. For example, the news from Suspilne are voiced in different languages in many countries of the world. From my cultural experience of radio, I can remind you that records of Ukrainian music created by Suspilne team are regularly broadcasted on the air of other public broadcasters. And after 2022, after the full-scale invasion, the interest to Ukrainian music grew. And this is not news, but still, even interest to the music increased. And we will continue talking about Ukrainian music, Ukrainian radio, 100 years of experience, 100 years of tradition that continues to feed our modernity. About the pupils. We have a project of radio drama about the pupils.
Even to those who are not in Ukraine, but online, they can continue watching, following Ukrainian curricula in the audio format. There are quite many other important things which are with us for 100 years, and those are the important things which help us working better, even in the context of new media, new ways of disseminating information. My colleague Irina Babi is invited, the anchor of Ukrainian news. She will discuss with us what stays with us, our traditions of broadcasting, connection between generations, and what we take care about, what we cherish.
Така халепа.
Traditionally, and what is a tradition and what do we continue? Our tradition is choose, our tradition is trust, and our tradition is life, and our tradition is to speak to someone in particular with a particular microphone, and the entire world must think that you talk to him. This is a task which was made to me by my senior colleagues 37 years ago, when I came to Krishchatyk Street 26, and they taught me to talk to people in such a way. And it seems to me that there is a great phenomenon here of Ukrainian radio, to talk to someone imaginable, that you can be heard and loved by the entire world. With that, you need to present something familiar, something close, something native to such people who follow you, that they cannot stop listening, and they cannot distract their attention from this little box or the monitor or the smartphone which has only radio station, which is Ukrainian radio on Dia, and you must keep this audience, 1 million audience, which is about the entire world, with no hook except for your voice and the sense which is delivered. Therefore, one has to be prepared to everything. All of the events which take place in the world, all of the names that one has to know and operate. Any context where particular events take place. However, mostly you need to cause trust in people. I talk to you and you listen to me and I rescue. This happened during the war. This tradition was supported in our night airs, night programs. When you say, yes, I take on my night shift, believe me, I will be with you. Whom I'm working for, maybe you are going to the front line delivering humanitarian aid. Maybe you are waiting for Ukrainian or global classics. Everything is there. Don't worry, this is Ukrainian radio. Or maybe you are the mother which is cherishing the kid who cannot fall asleep and you don't know what to do. Just switch on Ukrainian radio. This is followed by some nice music in the end of the hour. We can tell you the interesting things, and you just sing the cradle song. And we received so much feedback to our approaches to people because they understand there is something close to them in their house, not even visible, and yet very close and very warm, and very much needed. Ukrainian radio operated the same category. Just being close, choose, and something special, something unique and personal. Now about the musical part of the component of the work of Ukrainian radio, because I came to radio by chance, looking for a job as a musician. I began to work as music editor, and all of my previous years, from 37 years onwards, 25 years, I worked with music. And I can tell you that in the archives of Ukrainian radio there is a gem which is not available in the history or the archives of any other radio station of the world, and even European Broadcasting Association, because when we were trying to demonstrate part of that gem, we received the Grand Prix. This is called the Golden Keys. Back in 1970s, Ukrainian radio, having the bus with equipment, the editors, has traveled through all of the provinces and villages of Ukraine. And everybody who back in 1970s remembered musical heritage, the authenticity of the regions have been recorded. This is all kept by the radio archives. Those people are no longer with us. Those songs nobody remembers. Those ballads, those stories, those jokes, those recipes of food. Maybe this is not available in the everyday life, and yet it is preserved. With Vadim, we went on the subway and we met. Can I tell this secret? I say, well, Vadim, I have a great idea. We have the golden keys must be submitted to the intangible heritage of UNESCO from Ukraine, because this is the sound cultural heritage not available elsewhere. Please think about this idea. Maybe with common efforts we can also do it. This would give extra weight to the work of Ukrainian radio, especially in the context of our 100-year anniversary. Now, but the innovations, I remember Dia, thanks to Dia, humankind worldwide wakes up and listens to Ukrainian radio. I can tell you by the example of those people who left Ukraine during the war, who live abroad, and who would like to listen what Ukrainian radio is telling, because we are trusted. As I switch on Dia and listen to Ukrainian radio, and they know what is most important, what we are talking about, because we are public broadcast and we are trusted. I believe this is really important. Now about the money. The money was discussed a lot. I was never able to speak of the money. Quite many of my peers who started on Ukrainian radio on the same time as myself became the stars on quite many commercial channels and TV channels. They did not meet their love, and to me, Ukrainian radio is love. And people never stop their love, even if there is no money. We never had too much money. We have, and yet with the skill and with the brand of Ukrainian radio, I believe that I received a huge experience and huge professional education and affiliation with that brand. During my work on Ukrainian radio, I kept participating in the associated commercial radio projects, simply because I represent Ukrainian radio, because this is a brand, because this is a level. And therefore, I could make money in other projects. And here there was love. 100 years anniversary of Ukrainian radio. We would like to break that tradition, that the money is where they teach the best, the profession, the truth, the quality. And love comes with years. I would like to welcome everyone, to congratulate that we have lived after 100 years anniversary of Ukrainian radio. And I believe that radio, as a media which requires minimum costs and provides a maximum effect, will also live at least the next 100 years. Thank you for such touching words. We have to let Taras Shevchenko going. Thank you for the participation. I would like to thank that for the first, in the first minutes of the war, when it was hard for everyone, and we were on the air and everybody worked, and the Dmytski member of supervisory board did his best that radio appears also on DIA. E-governance application. And shall we move forward? After wiping my tears, as a moderator, I have to continue. We still have 7 to 10 minutes, and yet we have two speeches which are very important. And this will be followed by Victoria Murovana, the general producer of digital platforms of Suspilne broadcasting, and very important topic that we can discuss with Victoria are the new ways of delivery of what we like to hear as radio broadcasting. I remember the discussion with the colleagues with European Broadcasting Association, and it's demonstrated that the audio content is not losing its audience. Therefore, the brotherhood between audio platform and digital platform cannot be overestimated. What can we say about broadcasting radio on other layers of atmosphere? After such a speech of Galina, I have to mention that we need to provide for access to such treasures and to provide for access to high-quality content of the Suspilne to satisfy the needs of different communities. And indeed, providing the way of consumption, of information, cultural, educational, children's, other types of content developed by Suspilne broadcasting on different platforms from every screen. The threshold of new, before the digital platforms and the entire Suspilne, there is a great challenge whether technically we are ready to this, because now we are on the threshold of changing our way of distribution, and we now speak of the new way. We understand that worldwide, globally, we compete against global and local markets for the ears and eyes of our consumers. The entire content of the Suspilne is competing. We are in the highly competitive environment. We need to be innovative, we need to propose content which satisfies the needs of different communities, and to develop ourselves and develop ourselves daily. Therefore, it's a great challenge to us.
Launching our own streaming service and satisfying the needs of our listeners who want to listen to this or that specific broadcast when they want. in the convenient time. Our adults and non-adult audiences consume audios in the convenient time, so we should be competitive here and provide them what they want. And I'm very thankful to my colleagues from radio who are ready for cross-platform project, for video radio podcasts that are effective and much cheaper than traditional TV program. But we have sufficient expertise. After how and what Halina said, I can say we don't have such high expertise in other spheres, maybe. We should admit it. And the founding fathers of that, when the speech, when the interview of the anchors with Zabushko about Shevchenko, younger audiences said it's the best what we heard in 5 years. And one other project, which is my personal project, Fairy Tales, together with Culture, Minister of Culture. And we understood that we need to support children somehow. And the radio was one of the few tools available. When we were taking the quick decisions there to make it happen, so speaking about Suspilne, we are talking about huge audience, because 95% of population of Ukraine uses mobile internet. And I believe that this coverage will not disappear and the people will consume our content, or will keep consuming our content on various platforms. And when this project emerged, it transformed into YouTube format and audio format from simple animation, 500,000 views, just audio. We have a project, Fairy Tale for a Night, for the night, and we have 100,000 views on various platforms. A very nice sign is that Fairy Tales get to the top among all various podcasts, which has over 700 various podcasts. So Fairy Tales are in top 10 always, for a long time. And in the end, I want to say that a project dear to us is Radio Dictant. The Radio Dictant is the signature project of Ukrainian radio. And when the pupils write the comments for Ukrainian radio, 500,000 views last year. And when pupils communicate and they want to know the name of the author of the text that will be written, the name of the author of the text, and then they come to historical podcast, they tell about this to their parents, and we can announce this is a gateway through which we can enter various audiences and announce our presence. This is a large-scale project. Do we have an action plan for the new century for Ukrainian radio? Yes, of course. Do we have internal mechanisms for this? Yes, of course. Do we require systemic support? And I am thankful for that to people who produce Suspilne. Yes, of course. And we should keep doing our work after that. It's hard to deny that every year when there is a national unity text dictation, it breaks records every time. I have to admit it. People write it, people listen to it, and for better accuracy, we transit to news information. We have Ms. Karyakina, head of the broadcasting for public broadcasting, speaking about first 100 years of broadcasting. We should emphasize the diversity on the air. We talked about how important radio is after the full-scale invasion. Of course, the news were the first thing that listeners were watching for when they listen to radio. So tell us about this and the plan for the next 100 years. And Irina was general producer of Suspilne when the invasion happened. I was listening to these three voices. Your voices are incredible. And I was thinking, how will my voice sound along these incredible people? Great. You know, all of us for a long time, for all our life, we're preparing the challenges that we faced. And I don't know how it happened. Maybe it's internal clock that was hurrying us up. We unified all newsrooms in the renovated news house in Chrestiatek, where we put together media, radio, and digital teams. We were joking about this. We are saying that I don't believe it will ever happen. For many months we hear it that we will join, but when they were in the same office and we saw the island of radio, island of television, island of digital platforms, spots for journalists, work was set up there, and the work changed since then. It started to be in a different way. And I was really crying, I must say, during the war, not because I learned my friends died, but when I was closing my newsroom. I was covering with cardboard this new equipment and the windows. We wanted in the technical room to have windows in technical room, and they always were in the basement, the news. And we had these windows, and I put all sellotape on them, and I didn't know when we would return, but we returned there in May. And starting from May, the center started working again, and we were very, very glad about it, joyful about that. There was a point when news on the radio were autonomous and on TV news autonomously, and there were no digital news at all. But as soon as website emerged, and in Telegram we had several hundred subscribers, when the full-scale war started, we had only 8,000 subscribers. Now about 300,000. It changes depending on the news, but still. Only for Central Channel, I'm not even counting 100,000 of subscriptions from Chernihiv, from Kharkiv, from separate local channels. We worked in the system where we had a situation finally where the editors and anchors of radio were searching for news, even though the same news were searched by TV teams. And when editors understood that you can subscribe to your own Telegram channel and inside you have verified news, finally it was a breakthrough. And finally we started asking questions. Why are we writing this? How are we writing this? Why radio is not talking about this and TV is not talking about this? Why this news on radio only, on TV only? And this point was a magical point, fate-breaking point. I remember the time when everyone worked autonomously, without coordination with each other. What is the most valuable thing, not only just in the news of Suspilne, but generally in Suspilne as a service, delivery service for information to people? We are everywhere, and we receive news directly from the locations where these news are happening. At some point, Zurab Alasania, I think, when he was, when people were complaining about low rating of Suspilne, which is very wrong way to see it, because you compare it to commercial channels, you don't compare funds invested, you just compare the rating. He gave this analog. It was in the internal work. He said, Suspilne is a type of ambulance, you know. You don't call ambulance every day, right? You call only if something is happening, but it is needed nonetheless. And in February 2022, this ambulance was everywhere where Russians attacked. Even in Trostianets, where there were no large national media, we had a journalist of very local network. We recruited him. Former firefighter with journalist courses. He was just filming it with a phone and transferring to us information which no other channel had, no other national channel had. So our force has been there when it counts. So when they ask us, why do you need so many local branches? Do you really need them? Some of these arguments, I think, were destroyed after these events because no one had access to what was happening locally. Chernihiv was isolated. All bridges were blown up. And all the world could see how people were shelled when they were in the line for the bread. Recently, Biden asked our journalist, because the journalist there had her father standing in this line, and when it was shelled, he went to have a smoke and so survived the shelling. So we provide this information on the national level. We share with colleagues. This is a national audience. In addition to transferring these shots to our European colleagues, we have an established work of exchange. So all our meaningful shots are exchanged with European broadcasters. We also work with very local audiences. These are local videos that people get from their own services. It's important to be the person of the people. So it's necessary.
It's really vital for this reason to support Suspilne. Thank you very much indeed. I think this applause is to our colleagues from Ukrainian regions, thanks to whom we can hear the news which are important to know. Also applause to all of the participants of this discussion. I can remind you that on this podium, Mr. Horkin, Selebenko, Trashevchenko, Galina Babiev, Victoria Morova, Angelina Karyovna have met Angelina Koryakina have met. I would like to thank Irina Slavinska. I was also introduced by Dmitro Horkin.